Make first call for non-electronics to the lanes. National Tire Wholesale no box to the lanes for your first and only round of qualifying. CMDRA Hot Twin, you are on standby. And obviously, with us having been rained on overnight, if your cars and or bikes are wet, please make sure you wipe them off before we get down to the starting line. We just spent the last several hours drying out the racetrack. We wouldn't want to get it wet on the first passes of the day. The call for no box to the lanes, non-electronics. We have called you to the lanes for your first and only qualifying round. That is once again no box to the lanes for your first qualifier of the day and your only qualifier of the day. I see no box. Rolling up into the staging lanes. A reminder for CMDRA Hot Twin, you guys are on standby. Please be suited up and ready to go. When we call you up to the lanes, Hot Twin, you remain on standby. All right, we're loading the boat effectively here, so we're going to make the call now for Hot Twin. Hot Twin, come on up to lane 3. CMDRA, Hot Twin, we need you in lane number 3. We're also going to call CMDRA Super Gas to lane 4. Super Gas to lane 4. So CMDRA classes for Hot Twin and Super Gas to the lanes. Hot Twin to 3, Super Gas to 4, and stand by for Street. Standby Street. So burnout's complete for the first pair of the day. We'll bring up Brandon Piskachek in the 1994 Mustang for Buick Racing alongside Dave Shirk with the 1986 Chevy Blazer. Ryan Wilson and David Trimble, the next two up. Wilson coming out from Campbell River in the Chevrolet alongside Trimble's 2000 Mustang from the Nitro. And top end of the racetrack. Trimble will go 10:04, 134 miles an hour. Ryan Wilson going 10:62 at 125. Next up, Rob Getz with the Ford F-250. He runs alongside the Ford F-100 of Andy Antle. Once again, we have made the call for Hot Twin and Super Gas to the lanes. Hot Twin, we need you cruising up into lane 3 ASAP alongside Super Gas in lane 4. That is once again Hot Twin to lane 3, Super Gas to lane 4 ASAP. You hear that diesel motor starting to spool up. Well, Antle's truck is sure running well as the Antle's towing Ford F-100 from BC goes 870, 152 miles an hour. Rob Getz going to go 1249 at 104. Next up, we got Sophia Getz running a 6-liter Chevy over here, tower side. Sophia Getz going to be running alongside Bobby Ehlers, although it's going to be a single run for Bobby Ehlers. Issues for Sophia, maybe not. They're backing him out. It is going to be a single for Bobby Ehlers. The 1979 Fairmont machine takes off, headed on down track. .960, 140 miles an hour for Bobby Ehlers. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. CMDRA street to lane 5, street to lane 5. That is street to lane 5. Standby electronics. Once again, that is CMDRA street. We need you to lane 5, standby electronics. And Sophia Getz going to be pushed out, unfortunately. Jamie Wellwood, meanwhile, completing the burnout in the Bantam Altered. Wellwood, a regular here at Mission Raceway Park, coming up from Maple Ridge. Wellwood looking like we'll be running up against a straight axle Bel Air, dubbed the Assassin. Wellwood lurching over to the right-hand side, gets her back into the groove, though, and tries to fire down track. The Altered goes 865, 162 miles an hour, and pops the laundry. While the Bel Air goes 1068 at 124. Dave Jung and Jessica Armstrong, the next one up. We got a Chevy Camaro from the 90s over here at Tower Side at Surrey, the TCS lane. Lorco lane on the spectator side. It's Jessica Armstrong with the Armstrong Family Racing 1975 Dodge Dart. Coming out from the east in Chilliwack. Dave Jung struggling to get up through the gears as they continue their runs down track. Dave Jung going to lift out as he has got an issue that settles in for him. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dave Shirk and Brendan Piskacek. Dave Shirk and Brendan Piskacek. You can both come up and make a rerun hit for your no box qualifier. That is Dave Shirk and Brendan Piskacek. You can both come up to the lanes for a rerun of your qualifier. Jung goes 15:30, while Armstrong goes 13:28 at 103. Next one up, it's going to be Brody Crook running the Malibu. Nothing on 5 with the car on the right lane. Lorco side, the driver going to go 898, 146 miles an hour. Brody Crook going 1209 at 111. Craig Johnson up next now with these Johnson's Customs Exhaust Malibu wagon. And this here going to be a solo hit for the MRP regular out of Langley. Like always, Johnson carries the front wheels, although he does go 6th red on the tree. He'll follow that up with a 1049 at 122 miles an hour. And looking like Sophia Getz has gotten the issue sorted. So Getz will be allowed to make a hit at the back end of no box qualifying. Once again, Brandon Piskacek and Dave Shirk, if you are not already back, you do have permission to come on up for a rerun of your qualifier. Attention to the pits, 10 to the pits. We need electronics to 1 and 2. Electronics to lanes 1 and 2. That is Rad Torque Systems Electronics, lanes 1 and 2. We are also going to make the call for CMDRA Superbike to lane 3. That is Superbike to lane 3. Superbike, come on up, lane 3. Stand by for V-Pro. So once again, that is box to lanes 1 and 2, Superbike to lane 3, and stand by V-Pro. So our first CMDRA bikes rolling underneath the bridge. It's going to be Hot Twin for the first pair up. Nothing on file yet for the rider over here tower side, but it's Cody Minor on the far side with a 2008 Harley V-Rod. And sorry, that is Nick Grega over here tower side. TCS Lane, it's Mother Mitchell's Customs, Welsh Motorcycles, and Big Knots Mechanical for the 2006 Harley. And on the Lorco side from Red Cliff, Alberta, is the Stargate Technologies, Bad Ants, Harley Davidson, Fitzpatrick Auto Chilliwack, and Hope Towing Harley V-Rod over on the far side. Both riders away on green lights to the top end. Nick Grega going to go 11:54, 116 miles an hour. Cody Minor 11:67 at $1:15. Now next up on the tower side, it's Noisy Boy Romac. With a 2016 victory bike, a 7-time CMDRA champion. Checking the front wheels up a little bit there. The rider on the right-hand side getting a bit out of shape off the jump. And the Evil Twin Racing and Berserkers Racing victory motorcycle goes 1272, 103 miles an hour. Right-hand side, 1311 at 106. But that bike's got more ET underneath it, but a bit out of shape off the jump. We'll see a bit of a slower run this time around for the first qualifier. Next two bikes, we've got Chris Spence and Jeremy Lott. Now these riders from the Super Gas category, so we're going to change over to Super Gas now, running on a 970 index. Chris Spence running the 2010 weekend bike out of Estevan, Saskatchewan. Jeremy Lott coming out from Grand Cache, Alberta for Gasoline Alley Harley-Davidson. Again, 0.2 quicker than the NHRA Super Gas Index of 990. These guys running to the 970. So qualifying to see who can be the closest to the index without going under. Chris Spence, 965, 107 miles an hour. So Jeremy Lott right now with number one, but he's a good way off, 1011 at 127 miles an hour. And with those being the only two bikes in Super Gas, we are going to roll into street now. Neil Churchill from Stony Point, Alberta brings up the Sully Enterprises, Vita Equalizer, Triple Tree Prime Movers, Wood Pines RV Resort, and Scotty built 2008 Kawasaki. Churchill down track goes 966, 132 miles an hour. Next up, it's Jay Ems for Triple Tree Racing in his Suzuki. Lorco Sai going to get there first, 918, 131 miles an hour. JM's 962 at 139. Next up, Lee Gallant, local rider here from Mission, British Columbia, and a regular at the Titanium Strip with the Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle categories for the JBS Equipment AT Series. He runs alongside Mark Hall with the SS Auto and Napa Canmore CBR Honda for 2001 out of Hanna, Alberta. Oh boy, both riders getting a little bit out of shape there. Legal end out of the groove, back into the groove. Galan going to go 1075, 120 miles an hour. Mark Hall 1133 at 123. Rolling into Superbike now. We're going to make the call now for V Pro and Pro Extreme to the lanes. V Pro to lane 4, Pro Extreme to lane 5, and standby to Pro Fuel. Once again, that is V Pro to lane 4, Pro Extreme to lane 5, and standby to Pro Fuel. Whoa, boy, hold on. As Noisy Boy over there on the far side, kind of carrying the front wheels, nearly going over backwards. Top end goes 13.21 at 103. His opponent 13.10 at 103. Next up, Brendan Piskacek back into the lanes alongside Dave Shirk, and they are going to be right behind Neil Churchill. And this year going to be the rerun from No Box between Piskacek and Dave Shirk. Neil Churchill at 960 at 144 miles an hour. Shirk goes 10:53 at 124. Piskacek 13:14 at 102. And now back into Superbike. Daryl Storzuk coming up to the line with the Elite Pro Suzuki. He is, of course, a big-time Mission Raceway Park regular. He runs alongside JMs from Morinville, Alberta, with the 2004 Hayabusa. Storzuk 875, 148 miles an hour. JM's 946 at 142. Next up, Brad Torque Systems Electronics coming around the corner. Once again, we have made the call for V Pro into lane 4, Pro Extreme into lane 5, Pro Fuel, you are on standby. So V Pro to lane 4, Pro Extreme lane 5, and standby to Pro Fuel. here at Radtor Systems Electronics for their one and only qualifier. He runs the Super Street 1968 Camaro. He runs alongside Greg Dowdy out of Abbotsford with his 2005 Dragster. Throttle stop in play for Brad Vinci, looking to hit the 1090 Super Street Index. Greg Dowdy, top end of the racetrack, goes 783, 169 miles an hour. Vinci going 1001 at 150. So a little bit quicker than the 1090 may have been aiming for. Ryan Lasota now up to bear, running the 1975 Chevy out of Camel River. Ryan Lasota having a bit of a misfire right off the hedge. Starts to get going though. His opponent going to go 964, 135 miles an hour. Lasota 1208 at 86. Here's two familiar race cars. Javon Brar bringing up the 1978 Chevy Camaro Z28. Brar will be running against Shaylin Svetic with the 1970 front-engine dragster out of Langley. Burnout's complete, and both cars going to make their way into the stage beams. Shaylin Svetic will get there first, 923, 143 miles an hour. Javon Brar going to go 1069 at 122. And the next two, on the left-hand side, Andy Hampton running the Grinch with his 1969 Chevy Camaro, doubling in the door slammer category. He is up alongside Derek Shirk, back in his dragster. Derek Shirk's car losing momentum off the hedge, quickly gets back into the groove, and well, that's because he left before the tree was ready. So Andy Hampton will get down with an 835, 160 miles an hour, no time logged for Derek Shirk's dragster. Brad Powell up next with Mike Stewart. Twin Chevy 2s here, one driven by Bucky over on the far side, one from Lyndon, Washington on the Tower side, the other one from Langley on the Lordco side. Stewart 10:05, 131 miles an hour. Brad Powell, 10:53 at 126. Scott Robinson up next now with the Rad Torque Systems 1990s Beretta. Will also be running in the door slammer category later today. He is alongside Stu Funk with a 1975 Chevy out of Lake Country. Scott Robinson blows the doors off of Stu Funk, goes 769, 177 miles an hour. Stu Funk going to go 1156 at 112. Jeremy Soares out next with the Quick Tech Race Cars Cameron Dragster. He fires off against Steve Veitch with a 1972 Plymouth. Also a runner in Super Combo and usually hits the 1090 Super Street Index. Soares 747, 177 miles an hour. Veitch going to go 1088 and 126. Two more dragsters coming on up as we've got Colton Morin now from More Motorsports. The Race Tech dragster going up alongside the 1988 Art Morrison dragster, headed up by Paul Debris Sr. I do believe that dragster usually driven by Emma Debris Coos, but Debris taking over for the weekend, coming out from Shawnigan Lake. Morin going to go 784, 168 miles an hour. Debris Sr. 843 at 158 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Pro Fuel to lane one. Pro Fuel to lane one. Pro Fuel, bring it on up to lane one. That's Pro Fuel to lane one. Stand by, Top Cop. Craig Johnson and Aaron Young were the next two down track, and one of those cars, again, you hear it kind of getting on and off the throttle. Aaron Young gets their first 828, 163 miles an hour. Craig Johnson, 1050 at 122. We move to V-Pro. Canada Motorcycle Drag Racing Association V-Pro now in the water box. Make that moving back into Superbike as we got Scott Richardson up here with these Scotty built Sinister controls. With extra thanks to Pam and Hank and the Suzuki coming out from Markerville, Alberta. While Cody Miner back up with the Stargate Technologies, Bad Ends, Harley Davidson, Fitzpatrick Auto Chilliwack, and Hope Towing Suzuki from Red Cliff, Alberta. Richardson 921, 145 miles an hour. Minor 903 at 145. Hey, listen up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Notwithstanding to the actual racers, right? If you are riding a bike anywhere in the pits, you are required to wear a helmet. So once again, if you are riding a bike anywhere in the pits, you are required to wear a helmet. This is non-negotiable. Phil Regular up next out of Calgary, Alberta with the Suzuki for Triple Tree Racing, Sully Enterprises, Prime Movers, and Vita EQ. He stands alongside Chad Griffith, the teammate over on the far side. Top end Phil Regular 1064, 122 miles an hour. Griffith closely matched on that one, 1063 at $121. Two more. Attention in the pits, 10 to the pits. We need Top Comp into lanes 5 and 6. Top Comp, bring them on up lanes 5 and 6. Stand by for license and test. JM's going 950 at 141 miles an hour. Mark Hall going to go 1184 at 120. As we continue to roll on through Superbike, the next pair. Neil Churchill back once more. He is alongside Logan Boyes. Kawasaki versus GSXR. Churchill going to go 965, 143 miles an hour. Logan Boyes 10 seconds flat at 130. Next up, Burke Green, the Hard Times Racing Hayabusa, out from Morinville, Alberta. Burke Green going to go 863, 145 miles an hour. And that will do it for Superbike V-Pro. The next one's up. So Tim Mack brings up the 2008 Harley out of Kelowna. Tim Mack, 872, 150 miles an hour. And now we bring up Chris Spence, running the 2010 D&G bike from Estevan, alongside Garrett Prince. Garrett Prince running the 1999 Well drag bikes, out of Red Deer, Alberta. Issues settle in for Chris Spence. He is off the throttle, going to go 9:15 and 109 miles an hour. Garrett Price, though, right out the back door, 8:85 for Price as he goes 147 miles an hour. And while if you're not by the fence line or in your seats, you might want to get down there because we got pro extreme bikes waiting on the line. These bikes capable of passes well over 200 miles an hour. Austin Christopher, a couple of years ago, reset the track record in this class numerous times, absolutely shattering CMDRA track records in that same race. Speaking of Austin Christopher, I do believe that is him on the left-hand side of the racetrack. He runs alongside Matt McKay-Smith. Two of the quickest bikes in the category. McKay-Smith running for MTMM Performance, Lorca Auto Parts, Spectrum Motorsports, a four-time CMDRA champion on the far side in the 2024 Suzuki out of Merritt. Lights are on the top bulb. Both bikes launch. Ripping down track, it's full pull through both. Christopher, 648, 198 miles an hour. Matt McKay-Smith, 663 at 209 miles an hour on the Lorco lane. And with those being the only two Pro Extreme bikes, at least for a first round of qualifying, we will roll into Pro Fuel. Rob Aston bringing up his machine. That bike setting the record as well for the fastest pass on a street tire bike to a quarter-mile run. He is alongside Corey Craig for the Spectrum Motorsports AGK Service Suzuki. Rob Aston's record-setting pass, by the way, happened at a major event. I believe it was last year, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, that we saw Aston blitz that record. Both bikes run down track. Rob Aston, 713, 188 miles an hour. Corey Craig gonna go 713 and 201 miles an hour. Hey, listen up out there. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need top comp to lanes 5 and 6. Top comp into lanes 5 and 6. That's top comp to lanes 5 and 6. And no box to the lanes to be randomized for your first round of elimination. Pro Fuel waiting patiently underneath the bridge as final preparations take place before their first qualifier here at the afternoon. Awaiting word from our start line crews as well. Going to be a solo pass here for Craig Pelrine over on the far side from Redwater, Alberta. The east to west steel erectors, Faro Building Systems, and Shergore drag bike. We're the first one down here in Pro Fuel. Carrying the front wheel past the 330 foot, was having a lot of bodying to keep it in the groove. Top end 7,668 miles an hour, but a bit of a rocky launch for Craig Pelrine right out of the gate. Was able to put down a relatively decent pass though. I'm willing to bet that bike's got a little bit more underneath it. Wayne Leon's up now on the left-hand side. The Friction Tools and TNT Customs Derringer drag bike. Two more up here in Pro Fuel. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Two green lights. And two solid looking runs. Right hand side, 7,863 miles an hour. Wayne Leon's 813 at 157. And the last two in Pro Fuel. Navarre Dave brings up the Speed Twin Cycles, Snohomish, Washington, Western Mechanical Handling, Welsh Motorcycles, Edmonton, Mark Dragster from Halakwa, BC, going up alongside Quinn Olson from Sherwood Park, Alberta. For the Team Old School Racing, with Thanes Big Tiato and Lane Wolf Bobcat Allgreen on the side of the bike. And well, that's going to turn into a single hit, and Quinn Olson over to the left-hand side, backs out of the groove, and not a run that he was hoping to have. Navarre Dave going to go 864 at 150 miles an hour, while Quinn Olson got backed out. And that looks like it'll be a wrap for the first round of qualifying in Pro Fuel. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Comp, you are officially late. Top Comp, absolute final call. The lanes 5 and 6, or we are running without you. And No Box, same for you. You need to be in the lanes for your first round of eliminations now. N-O-W, now. No Box to the lanes for first round eliminations. Top Comp to lanes 5 and 6 for your first round of qualifying. So first pairing in Top Comp, Steve Horn and Jan Christensen up next. The JS Speed Shop TNT drags out of Burnaby, getting set to go up against Jan Christensen with the JBS Equipment Nova. Steve Horn, 436, 155 miles an hour to the 8th. Jan Christensen goes 545 at about 27.
So we are back with some Top Comp action here. Cam Shantz in the left lane in that 1937 Chevy. Colton Morin in the right lane in the Race Tech Dragster. It's Cam Shantz putting a 451 up there with 155 mile per hour. Colton Morin going 517 at 137. It's going to bring up Rusty Stevenson out of Charlie Lake, BC, driving that Pro Charge dragster, and Dane LeKelt in the alcohol-blowing dragster over in the right lane out of Kelowna. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. License and test lanes 5 and 6, please. License and test, we can get you down to lanes 5 and 6, please. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Twin, you are on standby. Yes, Hot Twin, you are on standby. Rusty Stevenson having some issues there, spinning the tire off the starting line, but Dane LeKelt absolutely laying down a pass, going 407, 181 mile per hour. That's going to put him right to the top of the top comp sheet. Bringing up Brian Ritchie in the 68 Chevelle out of Pocompton, we like to call it here. In the left lane here, Jeremy Soares in the dragster out of Terrace, BC in the right lane. Jeremy, our top comp winner at the last race last weekend, our Farmer Memorial Finals. So Jeremy looking to go back-to-back here in top comp. So tension in the pits out there, tension in the pits. Jan Christensen and Steve Horn. Jan Christensen and Steve Horn, you guys will get a rerun there because you had the wrong tree. So you can let them cool down, and then if you want to come up when you're ready in, 15, 20 minutes or so, we can squeeze you in for your top comp rerun. So Jeremy Soares going 473, 146 mile per hour. Brian Ritchie going 507 at 138. It's going to bring up Aaron Young and Scott Robinson in the Beretta. Aaron in the dragster here in the left lane. So Aaron Young going 002 red. Scott Robinson was 001 to the green, 491, 142 mile an hour. Aaron Young 511 at 134. It's going to bring up Greg Dowdy here in the left lane in the dragster against Andy Hatton in the 69 Camaro for Bubba's Speed Shop over there in the right lane. So Greg Dowdy going 493, 139. Andy Hatton 530 at 129. So Paul Soares there going 477, 006 on the tree. We do got one more dragster here in the lanes that we're just waiting for. Mr. Derek Shirk, going to be our final top comp car of Q1. Currently right now, qualifying wise, we got Dane LeKelt in the number 1 spot with a 407. Steve Horn in the number 2 spot with a 434. Cam Shantz in the number 3 spot with a 451. And Jeremy Soares in the number 4 spot with a 473, followed up by Paul Soares with a 477. So I do have a feeling that Derek's going to be trying to squeak his way in there, maybe into the number 2 spot. I know this dragster's been, I think, a 33 before, so there's a good chance he could take the number 2 qualifier spot. Hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hot Twin. We're going to call you down to lane 1, please. Hot Twin, lane 1. Super Gas to lane 5. And Street to lane 6. So Hot Twin to lane 1. Super Gas to lane 5. And Street to lane 6, please. So our final top comp car there, Derek Shirk going 460 at 150 mile per hour. It's going to sneak him into the number 4 qualifier spot, bumping Jeremy Soares down into number 5. Jessica Armstrong going to move on into round 2 of non-electronics. Sophia Getz going 136 to the red. So Jessica Armstrong going 13.27 on the 13.29 is going to move into round 2. Going to bring up Andy Antle here in the F100 pickup, and David Trimble in the 2000 Mustang. Andy with a 870 up on the board, David with a 910. And I have a hard time thinking that David Trimble's going to mess this one up. He quite the starting line advantage there was 0.23 on the tree. Andy Antle was 4.75, so David Trimble taking the win, going 9.14 on the 9.10. Going to bring up Dave Jung and Brendan Piskacek. Dave Jung here in the Camaro in the left lane. Brendan in the Mustang over there in the right lane. Brendan dialed in with a 13.16. Dave Jung with a 10.58. Dave Jung trying to chase him down, and he's going to get the win, going 10.59 on the 10.58. Dave Jung was 0.28 on the tree. Brennan was 0.45, went 13.08, breaking out on the 13.16 dial. It's going to bring up our next pair here. Craig Johnson in the left lane in the wagon. And I do not have a name for the... Oh, there we go. Alex Eburn in the right lane. Alex Eburn in the right lane in the 67 Nova. Alex dialed in with a 896. Craig Johnson with a 1059. Craig Johnson cutting it mightily close on the starting line, going double 0-2 in that foot brake wagon, 10.55 on the 10.52, taking the win here in round 1 of non-electronics. He will be coming back for round 2. Going to bring up Brody Crook in the 80 Malibu and Bobby Ehlers in the 79 Fairmont. Attention in the pits. We're going to make a final call here. Final call. Hot Twin lane 1. Super Gas lanes 5 and Street lane 6. That's Hot Twin lane 1, Super Gas lane 5, and Street lane 6, please. So Brody Crook going very, very red there, leaving on the second amber. Handing the win over to Bobby Ehlers. Bobby Ehlers going 961 with an 8 on the 962, was 067 on the tree. Dave Shirk here in the left lane, driving the 86 Chevy Blazer. Dialed in with a 1058, going against Jamie Wellwood in the 32 Bantam in the right lane with an 809 up on the board. Oh, Jamie, get out of it, good sir. That thing's got some stuff coming out of it. So Dave Shirk breaking out, going 10:55 on the 10:58. And Jamie Wellwood getting the win in a very peculiar way. Jamie Wellwood pops a rad cap off that thing and shoots a whole bunch of water all over the place. Still somehow manages to get the win because Dave Shirk broke out with a 10:55 on the 10:58. So we're going to have a few minutes here of just cleaning up some fluid on the track as Jamie, as you might have seen, shot some water all over the place. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to make the call for electronics. Electronics, you can make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Yes, electronics, you can make your way down to the staging lanes for round one of eliminations. And Superbike, you're on standby. Superbike, you're on standby.
Well, all right, the track is back. Here we are, round one of non-electronics. Ryan Wilson and Rob Getz making up our next pair. Got the big diesel over there in the right lane, dialed 1255. Ryan Wilson in his 75 Nova, tower side, dialed in at 1062. Well, a couple of green lights. Somebody with a half a tenth in their back pocket. That was your winner, Rob Getz. 046 on the starting line, then 1252 on the 1255 dial. Gets the job done. Ryan Wilson comes up 1053 on the 1062. And Randy Couric with the single. Turns it red by 13, but that's all right. And on the 1062 prediction, he goes 1071. Little test hit coming up, left side of the racetrack. Don't have a name for you. So 572, 129 miles an hour for the Black Chevelle. And that's going to take us into Hot Twin. Qualifying round number 2. Noisy Boy Romack in the right lane out of Fort St. John, BC. 2016 victory. Steve Brownlee, tower side. So Romack in the right lane, a 7-time CMDRA champion. Left lane getting there first, Steve Brownlee. Goes 1253. Noisy Boy Romack with a 1262. That brings up Cody Miner and Nick Grega. Grega in the right lane. Calls Edmonton, Alberta home. Wants to thank Mother Mitchell's Customs, Welch's Motorcycles, and Big Nuts Mechanical. Cody Miner out of Red Cliff, Alberta. On a V-Rod. Stops the clocks first, 11:55 at 117. Grega with an 11:78. So that's going to do it for Hot Twin and take us into Super Gas. So Garrett Price and Neil Churchill make up the first pair. Churchill in the right lane. 970, the Super Gas Index. So one under, one over. Garrett Price, left lane, gets there well under the 970 index with a 922. Neil Churchill gets, well, very close to the automotive Super Gas Index, which would be 990. He goes 989 with a 2. So one's going to have to slow it down, one's going to have to speed it up. Now Jeremy Lott in the left lane and Jay Ems in the right lane. Jay Ems for Triple Tree Racing. Aboard a Suzuki. Jay out of Morinville, Alberta. Lott, left side, at Grand Cage, Alberta. So Jay Ems goes 977 on the 970 index. Jeremy Lott is going to have to pick it up a little bit. He winds up 1029. So Jay Ems doing just 110 miles an hour at the finish line. So he's using the brake lever to find that 970 index. That's going to bring up Chris Spence on a single out of Estevan, Saskatchewan. So Lee Gallant and Marie Leclerc. Lee Gallant, left lane. Local guy from Mission. Now Lee is not exactly a newcomer to the sport. Been doing this a long time. A regular guy here on Friday nights at the track. Running street class here this weekend. Lee goes 973. Hey, listen up in the pits. We're going to make a final call for electronics. Electronics, this is your final call. Electronics, you need to be in the staging lanes. Final call for electronics. Mark Hall and Nick Grega. Nick Grega, right lane. Goes 11:52, 116 miles an hour. Mark Hall, meanwhile, left side of the racetrack, 11:32 at 122 miles an hour. So right lane stops the clocks first, 12:57. Left lane with a 12:78. Now Neil Churchill. Looks like he's our final entry in street. Churchill out of Stony Plain, Alberta, aboard an 08 Kawasaki. 052 on the starting line. At the top end, 969, 144 miles an hour. That's going to do it for street class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Superbike, Superbike, this is your call to lane number 1. We're going to make the call for Superbike. Superbike, come on down to lane number 1. We'll also make the call for V-Pro. V-Pro, this is your call to the staging lanes. We need V-Pro in lane number 2. So that's Superbike to lane 1, V-Pro to lane 2, and we're going to make a standby call for Pro Extreme. Pro Extreme, this is your standby call. And here comes the first pair in electronics. It's going to be Shea Svetic in the right lane. Front engine dragster. Shea Svetic in the right lane. Shea, along with her dad Dennis, started running this car. She got herself licensed. And while it has been somewhat of a slow process, they are definitely getting it figured out. So Shea Svetic dialed in at 9:10. And Craig Johnson, tower side, behind the wheel of the trusty family wagon, dialed in at 10:51. So Craig Johnson, strong on the starting line with an 014 light. Then on a freebie, runs it out, goes 1049 on the 1051 dial. Shea Svetic, not sure what happened, but went red big time by almost half a second. So it'll be Craig Johnson coming back for round number 2. Now Steve Veach and G. Van Brar. G-Van went to his first final round a couple of weekends ago. Looks like he's well on his way to round number 2. He is. 1070 on the 1069 dial. Steve Veach was late and then went well under the 1090 prediction. So we'll see that gray Z28 coming back for round number 2. Now Brad Vingy and Colton Morin. Morin in the dragster, Vingy in the first gen Camaro. Vingy dialed 1001. Colton Morin dialed 785. Somebody with a 19 thou advantage, and it is your winner. Brad Vingy wins it on a double breakout. Gets to the stripe first by 1 thou. To be under by 12 thou, Colton Morin under by 29 thou. So Brad Vingy coming back. Now Paul Debris Sr. and Andy Hatton. Not sure what happened down there. But Andy Hatton did not leave. Brad Powell, and I believe Jeremy Soares. Jeremy Soares is your winner. Powell turns it red by 2 thou. Oh, man. And that brings up Scott Robinson and Aaron Young. So Aaron Young in the dragster. Robinson in the Beretta. Robinson's your winner. Wins a double breakout. He was under by 13. Aaron Young goes under by 16. Now, I should know the name of the driver in the right lane, but I'm drawing a blank. Bucky over here left side. Bucky turns it red, so the wagon will be coming back. Hopefully my memory's going to shape up here. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We need Pro Extreme. Pro Extreme, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Pro Extreme to lane number 1. And in addition to that, we're going to make the call for Pro Fuel. Pro Fuel, this is your call to the staging lanes. Pro Fuel to lane number 2. So Pro Extreme to lane number 1, Pro Fuel to lane number 2. Standby call going out to Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your standby call. And one more time, Pro Extreme to lane number 1, Pro Fuel to lane number 2. Door Slammers, you are on standby. Please be ready to go. Stu Funk. In the Chevelle. Car not wanting to shift. Not sure if that was a driver thing or a car thing. Spent a little time on the rev limiter. And here we go with Superbike. Qualifying round number 2. And we start off with Mark Hall and Chad Griffith. Chad Griffith in the right lane. So 1090, getting there ahead of a 1078. Mark Hall with a superior reaction time. Scott Richardson coming up right-hand side of the racetrack out of Markerville, Alberta. And Daryl Storzik, regular racer here at Mission. Both riders turn it red. At the finish line, it is Storzik there first, 872, 148 miles an hour. Scott Richardson in the right lane goes 918, 145. Now Neil Churchill and Logan Boys. Logan Boys in the right lane aboard a Suzuki. The Suzuki goes silent. Neil Churchill out there all by himself, 968, 144. Cody Minor gets there ahead of JM's. 9:14 to a 9:53. Two more bikes got the burnouts done. Burt Green and Phil Regular. His name apparently is Phil Regular. So Phil Regular out of Calgary, Alberta. Kind of an interesting last name. So Burt Green way out in front. Burke out of Morinville, Alberta. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call to the staging lanes. Door Slammers, come on down to 3 and 4. Door Slammers, we need you to go to lanes 3 and 4. Once 3 and 4 are full, you can then start filling up 5 and 6. So Canada West Door Slammers, come on down. Canada West Door Slammers, lanes 3 and 4, overflow into 5 and 6, please. Chris Spence. You're making a single, right-hand side of the racetrack. Spence out of Estevan, Alberta. So Spence with a solid looking pass in the right lane. 0.55 on the tree at the finish line. 8.32 seconds. Just under 149 miles an hour. Well, Tim Mack in the right lane was ready to go. 0.18 reaction time. And he's the quicker bike on the track as well. 8.77 versus Garrett Price's 8.88. And that's going to do it for V-Pro. Coming up next will be Pro Extreme, also known as Pro Mod Bike. So once again, we have made the call for door slammers to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow into 5 and 6. We're going to make a standby call now for Pro Mods. Pro Mods, this is your standby call. Pro Mods. Please be ready to go. Your call coming up shortly. So things didn't go well for Rob Aston in the left lane, but Corey Craig made a nice run in the right lane. 7:16, 206 miles an hour. Now Matt McKay Smith. Left side of the racetrack. 2024 Suzuki. For MTMM Performance, Lordco Spectrum Motorsports, a 4-time CMDRA champion. Don't have a rider's name for you for the right lane at this point. Good looking side-by-side runs. Right lane's getting there first. 643, 205 miles an hour. Right beside a 662, also 205 miles an hour.
Number on your tech card.
So safety down there, just going to do a little maintenance, little work on the starting line. Then we will roll into Q1 for the Canada West Door Slammers. Associated Tire, Canada West Door Slammers. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Pro Mods, come on down to lanes 5 and 6. We'll take Pro Mods to lanes 5 and 6. So, Racers for Christ here with us this weekend. With that, there will be a chapel service tomorrow morning, top floor of the timing tower. You can start your day off right at 7:30 a.m. So we've got our door slammers in the lanes, ready to go. Made the call for Pro Mods. We've also got Pro Fuel bikes to run. They just needed a couple more minutes to get ready, so we rolled the door slammers ahead of them. And with that, we'll make a final call for door slammers. Door slammers, if you're not here, it's where you need to be. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Pro Mods, we have made the call for Pro Mods to lanes 5 and 6. Qualifying round number 1 for Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers. Here we go. And we're going to start off with Cam Shantz and James Kennedy. Both these cars almost sure to be top half qualifiers. But both drivers are ready to go. 14 and 17 for lights. At the finish line, it is James Kennedy going 691 and 199. Cam Shantz 704, 194. Next pair doing the burnouts. Paul Debris Jr. in the Valiant and Jason Field in the Chevelle. Field wastes no time getting the car backed up after the burnout. So pretty straightforward class. bracket class, obviously, contested on a Pro 410s tree. In order to run on Sunday or in eliminations, you must qualify. You do that by making a pass that is 870 or quicker. Well, we'll try that again. Paul Debris Jr. 007. Then 839, 159 miles an hour. Jason Field in the right lane for Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Out Auto Financing, Induction Service Solutions, and TK Performance. Goes 704, 191. And now Greg Field and Brian Ritchie. Greg Field, tower side. In a 1969 Opel. .572 cubic inch twin turbo big block Chevy. If all goes well, we're going to see something in the mid 6-second range. Greg Field had himself a good day yesterday. Greg and team have been struggling with this car the last while, to say the least. Finally getting things back on track. Of course, Brian Ritchie in the right lane. Ritchie Racing Engines. Greg Field through the top end, 653, 218 miles an hour. Greg Field straight to the top of the sheet. Again, 653, 218 miles an hour. Might have been off the gas at the finish line. Brian Ritchie in the right lane goes 794. At 171 miles an hour in the beautiful black Chevelle. Next pair, Ray Rusiani and Howie Winklehorst. Rusiani, tower side, turns it red by just 5 thousandths in the yellow Chevy 2. Goes 834 right beside Howie Winklehorse, 838. Next pair, couple of Washingtonians. Mike Kenworthy, Tower Lane, the Purple Firebird. And Mike Bedsworth, multi-time champion in this class, the 96 Oldsmobile in the right lane. Look for 820 something in the left and 7-0, I'm going to say, in the right. Bedsworth 706, 192 miles an hour. Kenworthy with an 825 at 163. TLD, Terry Langdon Davies. The black and purple Willies in the right lane. Wow. It is officially for sale. Can own a piece of history. Terry Langdon Davies been racing that little Willie since 1969. It's like 56 years. .001. Terry Langdon Davies having quite a year in 2025. 818 at the top end, 163 miles an hour, and hits the Pro 4/10 tree with a .001 reaction time. Nicely done. Otto Schulte and Mark Thompson now. Thompson, the Studebaker Commander. Mark Thompson out of Vernon. Otto Schulte left side goes 7:57. Thompson getting there about 1/10 of a second ahead. Well, half a tenth once you factor in reaction times. Thompson goes 7:46. Schulte with a .007 light. That's going to bring up Dale Phillips along with Chris Lloyd. Chris Lloyd of Oyama, BC. Blue 1997 Camaro. Right-hand lane. Again, we got a .008. Reaction time. That's for Dale Phillips, left side. Then 7:49 at 180 behind the wheel of his Shelby. Grant Howell and Andy Antle will make up the next pair. Antle, 1965 F100 Ford pickup. A 632 cubic inch big block Chevrolet between the frame rails of the Ford. Grant Howell in that beautiful 37 Chevy leads the way. 783, 172. Andy Antle is in the show. 869 with an 8 at 152. Now Chad Hops and Henry Zacharias. Zacharias in the right lane. The white Corvette. Chad Hops, that gorgeous S10. Port Alberni versus Surrey. Chad from the island. $771 for Henry, $804 for Chad. Dale Grasdale. Dale Grasdale and Steve Lowe. Steve Lowe looks like he's got a little body work in progress. Grasdale into the sixes. 698, 193 miles an hour. Nice looking pass right there. Steve Lowe, meanwhile, goes 823 at 171. I can't remember offhand what year Mike Kenworthy's car is, but it's the same gen Firebird as Steve Lowe's anyway. They both go mid 820s. Now Rod Leclerc and Paul Stretch. So I do not believe that Rod Leclerc is going to be able to outrun Greg Field. But you can bet he's going to take a shot at least second spot here. Rod Leclerc in the left lane. The nitrous-assisted first-gen Camaro. Lights up the tires. Gives up on the run. Paul Stretch, 725, 191 miles an hour in the right lane. So Craig Fredrickson in the right lane. Black and green Nova. We have silence on the starting line. Hey, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits, please. X275, Limited Street, and No Time Index. This is your standby call. X275, Limited Street, and No Time Index. This is your standby call. Please be ready to go. Fredrickson leads the way, right-hand lane, puts a 720 up on the reader board. Brad Powell, 842. So safety out there doing a little track check. So based on the chatter I'm hearing on the radio, there is a little bit of a cleanup that's going to have to take place. Sounds like it's contained to a fairly small area up near the sand trap. So they will be all over getting that taken care of and cleaned up just as quickly as they possibly can. Also, obviously, checking the rest of the track. Want to make very sure that we don't have fluid anywhere else. So not the best of news, but certainly not the worst either. So obviously we're going to be down here for a few minutes, and by the sounds of things, it should only be a few minutes. So the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack has got lunch on for you. The Pro Shop is open as well. Hey, little clarification. X275, you guys were put on standby along with Limited Street and No Time Index. Apparently, you guys are showing up in the lanes. We are not ready for you. So X275, to be really, really clear, you guys are on standby. Your call coming up shortly. So just as soon as we do get the track back, we're going to take care of a little rerun from round one of electronics. Paul Debris Sr. and Andy Hatton will face off once again. Hatton for Derek Shirk and Bubba's Speed Shop over there in the Grinch, the green Camaro. Paul Debris Sr. in the Dragster. X275, you guys can start making your way to lanes 5 and 6. Ken Lowe is ready for you. X275, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Limited street and no time index. You will remain on standby for the time being. But we will take X275 to lanes 5 and 6. The final weekend here at Mission Raceway Park for 2025 has been a fantastic season. Kind of par for the course. Early part of the season, we struggled with the weather. Again, no surprise. But once summer kind of finally landed here, it was pretty much smooth sailing for the rest of the season, weather-wise anyway. So we got a little spattering of fans out there in the grandstands. Well, thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. Pretty happy to have you guys spending the day with us. Also, a special hello to anybody tuned in on Lordco TV. So the cleanup up at the top end is coming right along. Was a little more involved than they initially thought, but they are winning. We're almost there. So the NHRA Big Show is in Indy, I believe, this weekend. So if you're taping NHRA live and we're going to watch it later on, you might want to cover up your ears because we're going to talk about what's taken place so far. So after 3 rounds of qualifying in Pro Mod, with 21 cars on the property, the bump spot sits at a 578. Billy Banaka holding on to the number 16 spot. Of course, who we're all interested in locally is Justin Bond. Justin Bond sits number 8, so in the top half of the show. Stevie Fast Jackson, number 1. Sidney Frigo, number 2. Mike Castellana, number 3. Ken Quartuccio, number 4. And Dmitry Samarukov rounding out the top 5. I stand corrected. They are in St. Louis this weekend. Thank you, Ken Lowe. All right. Thank you, Ken Lowe and Martin Schultz. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Limited Street, come on down. Limited Street, this is your call to the staging lanes. Limited Street, this is your call to the lanes. So once again, we have made the call for Limited Street. Limited Street. Start making your way to the lanes, please. Well, again, folks, we certainly appreciate everyone's patience while we get this incident taken care of up at the top end. Of course, we apologize for the delay, but it is kind of out of our hands, and safety is always going to be the #1 priority, so we're not going to resume racing until everything is right. So I'm told we're going to be about 5 more minutes. We've got our electronics rerun parked in front of the water box. Those guys will start getting themselves strapped in and ready to go. Following that will be Pro Fuel Motorcycle. Of course, we've got Pro Mods in the lanes. We've got X275 in the lanes. And we have made the call for Limited Street to the lanes. Almost forgot about Top Fuel Harleys. We've got Top Fuel Harleys in the lanes, and ready to go for their first round of qualifying. So we're making room back behind the tower. So we can now make the call for no time index. No time index. This is your call to the staging lanes. No time index will take you in lanes 1 and 2. No time index. This is your call to the lanes. No time index. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Well, there's the news we've been waiting for. Safety has cleared the way up top. Track is ready to go. Paul DeBree Sr. in the dragster, dialed 844. Andy Hatton in the door car will give up the starting line handicap as he's dialed 835. DeBree Sr. turns it red by 36 thousandths of a second. Andy Hatton with a time trial. Goes 2 above, 837 on the 835 dial. He was 011 up front. So Andy Hatton off to round number 2. Well, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to burn a little nitromethane. Pro Fuel. Well, I guess this would kind of be like Top Fuel Light. Pro Fuel. Craig Pelrine and Quinn Olson. Quinn Olson in the right lane out of Sherwood Park, Alberta, for Team Old School Racing. Wants to thank Lone Wolf Bobcat Augering, along with Thanes Big T Auto. And Craig Pelrine, Towerside out of Redwater, Alberta. Wants to thank East to West Steel Erectors, Faro Building Systems, and Shergore. Right lane leads the way while getting closer and closer to the wall. But Quinn Olson does not give up on the run, goes 771, 161 miles an hour. Pelrine with the bigger mile per hour number at the finish line, 163. And actually had the better ET as well, 767. Quinn Olson actually getting to the stripe first by 13 thou. Dave Nabar out of Helakwa, BC. I'm going to have to Google that because I've never heard of it before. No idea where that is, other than somewhere in BC. So a bit of a troubled run for Dave. On and off the throttle, bike wanting to make its way over to the tower side wall. So the end result in an 879 at just 115. And now we've got a pair. Wayne Lyons coming up right-hand side of the racetrack for Friction Tools and TNT Customs. And Evan Barsness in the tower lane or TCS lane. So Evan carries the front wheel for about the first 400 feet or so. Then goes 793, 161 miles an hour. Wayne Lyons with a 967 at 151. So that's going to do it for Pro Fuel Bike and take us to round one of qualifying for Pro Mods, baby. Pro Mods here at the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. The final race weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. So Rick Barnhart at High River, Alberta, 1971 Mach 1. Ford power plant between the frame rails, twin turbo. So we start with a single. Again, Rick Barnhart out of High River, Alberta. Twin turbo Mach 1 Mustang. Wow, car wanting to move over to the wall. Barnhart runs it out as far as he could, forced to pedal it a little bit. Winds up 412 at 161 miles an hour. Was 101 to the 60-foot. Carried the driver's side front wheel anyway out to at least 400 feet. And now we have a pair of 63 Corvettes, in fact. Couple of local guys, Steve Nicholson and Nick Duda. Steve Nicholson in the right lane. Nitrous combination, 959 cubic inches. And Nick Duda in the left lane. Little small block Chevrolet twin turbo deal. Yesterday went 380 at 199. That is absolutely busting the door down on 370s at 200. out of a small block Chevrolet. Nick Duda, somewhat of a master of doing a lot with very little. Duda's car moves towards the wall. He gets out of it about 350 feet or so off the gas and coasts across. Steve Nicholson was a little soft on the lead with a 106 60-foot, but went 414 at 153. So Rick Barnhart is going to hang on to the number one spot for now with his 412. Nicholson almost grabbed it from him with the 414 run. So we did get a report from one of the drivers that they may have lost some small parts during the run. So safety out there just having a look at the track surface, making sure it's all clear. Don't want to leave any debris out there. Got our next pair sitting under the bridge, awaiting the signal to fire up. Dave Kowalski and Jake Skokolis. Couple of Corvettes. So for the second pair in a row, we've got matching, well, generation Corvettes at least. Last pair was a pair of 63s. This is a 2015 versus 2017, but they're both C7s. So Dave Kowalski has just recently debuted his third-gen Nova. It's like a real high-end drag and drive car, supposedly. But he heard it pretty good last weekend, so They took a look around the garage and said, well, which car is easier to fix? And that, of course, would be the Burgundy Pro Mod that you see now in the left lane. A fresh power plant between the frame rails. So again, a couple of C7 Corvettes, both of them blowing combos. Both cars pre-staged. Again, Kowalski left lane, Skokolis in the right. Kowalski with a 414 and 174. Skokolis with a 411 at 182. Now Jay Severston and Steve Goddard. Goddard in the right lane out of Red Deer, Alberta. Nitrous versus turbos. Turbo combination in the Corvette. Severston bounces through the beams. Goddard with a nice looking A to B pass. 1 second exactly to the 60 foot, then 4:05 with a 0. Buck 79 to go straight to the top. So that's going to do it for round number 1. 7 cars on the sheet. Number 1, a 4:05. That's Steve Goddard. Skokolis sits number 2 with a 4:11, and Rick Barnhart in the number 3 spot with a 4:12. And here comes Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Ron Billett, make a single, right-hand side of the racetrack. Just recently licensed. And makes a full pole here in Q number 1. How about 723, 187 miles an hour? So there we go. We start off with a fairly solid pass. Ron Billett actually sits number 1 so far. Next up, it's going to be Nate Gagnon and Jim Schellenberg. Jim Schellenberg for Rip It Up Racing. Tower side of the racetrack. Went 660 something yesterday, I do believe. And Nate Gagnon for Big Kids Racing over there in the right lane. Burnouts are done. Four bulbs lit. Oh. So both riders getting close enough to their respective walls that they decided, no, that's enough. Single coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. Austin Christopher for Fast Lane Racing. As I understand it, Ron Billett was still completing the licensing process, so his run doesn't actually count towards qualifying. So Jim Schellenberg, officially #1 qualifier at this point. And by the looks of it, he's going to hang on to that through round 1. Well, no, not quite. So Austin Christopher, off the gas and coasting, manages 8:43. So I don't know how closely you were watching, but that guy rides that bike very aggressively. He is fun to watch. I'm going to say he had that thing leaned over at somewhere near a 45-degree angle. Trying to muscle it back over to the center of the groove. So next up, I do believe, will be X275 for their first round of qualifying. Lots of horsepower, very little tire. Just the way we like it. So giving the track a little rub, going to give it a little fresh squirt of some fresh glue. Then we'll roll into Q1 of X275. Following X275 will be Limited Street, then No Time Index. Well, I hear race cars. That is good news. We are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1 of X275 qualifying. Here comes Justin Gallant. Ran himself a new personal best yesterday, I do believe, 4:21. Chris Gould destroys the track record. Yesterday in testing went 4:15. Made at least 2 runs in the teens. A 4:18, a 4:19, and then ultimately bettered that with a 4:15. At over 175 miles an hour. So first pair, Justin Gallant and Mandy Brooks. So quite clearly a nitrous combination over there in the Lordco lane, Mandy Brooks. Again, Justin Gallant over here, Tower side. 1985 Ford Mustang. Single turbo. How about 424 at 173 miles an hour? Nice, solid opening pass for Gallant and team. Mandy Brooks with a 456 at 157. So I was just talking about our new track record holder, Chris Gould. Well, here he is, left side of the racetrack, out of Spruce Grove, Alberta. 2017 Chevrolet Camaro. Gorgeous car. As is the Mustang in the right lane, Bree King from Springbrook, Alberta. This, as I understand it, was a brand new car coming into 2025. So here we go. Camaro versus Mustang, Chevy versus Ford. Although there is Chevrolet power both sides of the racetrack. Wow, Bree King. Nice looking run there. 451, 158 miles an hour. And 003 on the starting line for Bree King. Ripping down that Pro 410s tree. Nicely done. Had the better 60 foot, but by 330, Chris Gould was trucking on by. He ultimately goes 441 at 163, so far from what that car is actually capable of. But good enough for the number 2 spot so far. Next pair in the water. Bob Cook. The Ford F-150. So 2 Fords, both of them sporting 427 cubic inch LS power plants. Turbo combo over here, tower side for John Cuglietta. And Bob Cook with the Pro Charger. So John Cuglietta out of Parkland, Alberta. That 04 Mustang has had a big year in 2025. Lots of success for that team. No doubt looking to finish strong here at the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. So Cuglietta getting all kinds of loose. It was a wheels up launch. Went 109 to the 60 foot on the back wheels. While slowly pointing itself towards the wall, Cuglietta forced to do a little pedal job, tried to get back into it. Got all kinds of loose and sideways. Fortunately gathered it up and said, that's enough for me. Coasted across the finish line at 68 miles an hour. Bob Cook, meanwhile, had way more success in the right lane. He went 468 at 154. So not ideal numbers, but some good data to roll into round number 2 of qualifying with. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top comp Top Comp, this is your call to the rear of staging. Top Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. We'll get you laddered up as you arrive. Top Comp, come on down to staging. One more time. Top Comp, this is your call to the lanes. So Tyler Stamler and Parm Jawanda. Stamler in the S10 out of Rocky View, Alberta, left side of the racetrack. Parm Jawanda in the black Mustang, local guy out of Surrey, BC. .431 getting there ahead of a .457. Tyler Stamler goes .431 to take over the number 2 spot from Chris Gould. And Parm Jawanda on the sheet in the number 6 spot with that .457. Well, this is pretty cool. Jeff Whitworth in the first gen Nova. New car for that guy. Do believe he made his first passes yesterday. Here he is in Q1. Jordan Brandon, Tower side in the gray Camaro. .490, just 121 miles an hour in the right lane for Jeff Whitworth. Looked like that car really started making a move at about 250 feet or so. And then off the gas, I'm guessing at the finish line doing just 121. Jordan Brandon, .492, 151 miles an hour over here in the Tower lane. So Brandon was better at 60 foot, 109 to 118. And then Whitworth, better at 330, 309 to 326. And here's a new car. How cool is this? Cade Shirk. Debuting the new Mustang. Car put together by JS Power Sports. Cade Shirk just had a birthday the other day, so happy birthday to Cade. Here he is in his 04 Mustang. 6-liter turbo LS. Then a Spokane, Washington, Eric McCarthy over here, Tower side. The 87 Mustang. Ford powered this one. Also a turbo combo, I believe. Yep. How about 434, 171 miles an hour? Nice looking pass in the left lane for Eric McCarthy. Cade Shirk struggling with the new car. They're going to have to take it back to the pit. and get things better sorted out for qualifier number 2.
It's going to be a single in the left lane, Pat. Copy, setting in, Daniel. Oh, he took the right lane on me. Shit.
Going to be a single now. Dan Rodrigue in the boo. Rodrigue goes 447, 158 miles an hour. It's going to be good for the number 5 spot so far. So we're going to finish off with a licensing run, left side of the racetrack. Well, that sure looked good. Straight as an arrow, A to B, 443, 160 miles an hour. Definitely no issues there. That's going to do it for X275 and take us into Limited Street. It's kind of like X275 Light. Brad Thomas and Vanessa Richards make up the first pairing. Vanessa Richards in the right-hand lane. Brad Thomas in the left. Couple of Fox Body Mustangs. Now, I know Vanessa's car is actually a Ford-powered Fox body. Not sure what's motivating the black car in the left lane. So 5:01 leads the way. Brad Thomas goes 5:01. Vanessa Richards 5:10. Man, has this class progressed quite a bit in just a few short years. Five seconds exactly, 143 miles an hour. And 5:28, 133 for Tej Sangha in the right lane. So Max Nielsen straight to the top of the sheet. So just 8/10,000ths of a second separate our top two qualifiers, with Max Nielsen taking the #1 spot, Brad Thomas in #2. Matt Black coming up, this 1993 Jeep Wagoneer.
Feels like a
So as I was saying, the little Jeep Wagoneer over there in the right lane was doing some testing last weekend. The little Jeep's just not as much fun to watch. Guess he was sick and tired of having to repair the front suspension from harsh wheelie landings. Decided to tame it down a little bit. So Matt Robert out of Airdrie, Alberta, Tower Side in the S10. The S10 leads the way, 5:06. 141 miles an hour. Matt Black in the Jeep goes 560 at 126. Trevor Kinsey is Black Chevelle once again. So Trevor, I believe on a licensing pass, runs it out to about 1,000 feet. Put a 5:32 up there on the reader board. And here we go with no time index. So a little reminder to John. Do not speak of what you see on the screen. Oh, Jan Christensen. 78 Camaro Z28, right-hand lane. This will be a single. So you're not going to see any times on the reader boards, as this is no time index. So essentially it's an instant green tree. And here's the twist. The drivers do not receive time slips. So they have essentially no idea what they've run other than they can assume what their car would run. At that point, they're going to be given an index or a dial for eliminations, but they'll have no idea what it is. Rob Monroe in the Acadian. Right-hand lane. Now father and son, Joel and Tyler Smith. Joel Smith, tower side. Tyler Smith, spectator side. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, top comp. This is your call to staging lanes. We'll take top comp to lanes 3 and 4. Top comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top comp, bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to non-electronics for round number 2. So 75 Nova, tower side. Dave Shirk in the Lordco lane. Little S10 Blazer, Bubba's Speed Shop. Mike Stewart making a pass left side of the racetrack. Now father and daughter. Father in the right lane behind the wheel of the Ford. Daughter in the left lane behind the wheel of the Chevy. Couple of pickup trucks. So next up will be Top Comp. Elimination round number 1. So we'll make a call for license and test. License and test. So license and test, you can come on down. And we'll go ahead and also make the call now for non-electronics. Non-electronics. You can bring them down to the lanes. Non-electronics, come on down, and we'll put Hot Twin on standby. Actually, standby call going out to a bunch of the bike classes. Hot Twin, Super Gas, and Street. Please be ready to go. You're on standby. So here we go, round 1. Top Comp. First pair is going to feature Cam Shantz and Aaron Young. Aaron Young out of Chetwynd, Alberta. Dialed 509 in the dragster. Cam Shantz giving up over half second handicap-wise on the starting line. So Aaron Young rather, was 0-15 up front. Shantz turned it red, so Aaron was on a time trial, if you will. Went 5:08 with an 8 on the 5:09 dial. Steve Horn in the dragster, tower side. For Rad Torque Systems. Hemi power plant in the dragster. So Brian Ritchie makes it look easy. That's what a 007 light will do for you when your opponent's 139. Now he did kind of leave the window open a little bit. He went 5:07 on the 5:09 dial. Lucky for him, Steve Horn ran it out and went further under. Otherwise, he'd have given it back. Couple of dragsters going to face off now. Another Rad Torque Systems dragster coming at us tower side. Greg Dowdy in the red and black dragster for Rad Torque Systems. Tower side dialed in at 493. Going to take on Dane Lekelt. Lekelt out of Kelowna in the right lane. Dialed 408. Lekelt, #1 qualifier with a 407. Two green lights. Finish line says it is Greg Dowdy moving on. Had the better reaction time. Was 2 above the 493 dial. And is coming back for round number 2. So check out the plumbing in the right lane. Rusty Stevenson out of Charlie Lake, BC. Pro Charge dragster. They are wanting to get all of the air, not just some of it. Scotty Robinson, left side of the racetrack, dialed 491 in the black and red Beretta for Rad Torque Systems. So dragster getting loose, forced to pedal it. Scott Robinson with a huge starting line advantage. He was 0-11. Rusty's lights started with a 4. So Scott Robinson coming back for round 2 of Top Comp. Paul Soares and Jeremy Soares and Andy Hatton. Jeremy Soares, tower side. Got himself a win here one weekend ago. Got a borrowed engine between the frame rails. And he likes it. It's bringing him good luck. Andy Hatton down 531 in the Camaro, turns it red by 5 thou, but Jeremy Soares was ready to go. 008, then dead 6 to be 14 total. Wow. Jeremy Soares putting together a nice package here in round number 1. All right. Talking to you. Colton Morin and Derek Shirk. So we're going to make a final call for non-electronics. Non-electronics, this is your final call. Final call for no E. Colton Morin and Derek Shirk. Derek Shirk in the right lane. I'm a little confused here. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Hot Twin, Super Gas, and Street. This is your call of the staging lanes. We'll take Hot Twin, Super Gas, and Street. Hot Twin, we're going to put you in lane number 1. Super Gas, we're going to put you in lane number 2. And Street, we're going to put you in lane 4. So once again, Hot Twin, Super Gas, and Street. This is your call to staging. Hot Twin to lane number 1, Super Gas to lane number 2, Street to lane number 4. Paul Soares and Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen. 67 Nova in the right lane, dialed 546. Paul Soares in the blue and black, 55. Dialed 477. Paul Soares 007 up front and dead on with a 4 at the finish line, 11 total. Wow. Jan Christensen was 47 on the tree, then under by 1 thou. So Chris Stone going to make a test pass in the Stratus. How about 871, 156 miles an hour? So Chris Stone just recently completed putting this car together, and man, it is coming around in a hurry. Hey, listen up in the pits. Randy Kurek. Randy Kurek. We're looking for Randy Kurek in the staging lanes. Oh, test pass left lane, I believe, Rebecca Powell. 10:53 at 126. Here comes Elvis. Jason Grunland. The wheel standing Chevelle. And he leaves the trunk lid behind. So that's what happens when you put it back in place, but don't do up any of the Zeus fasteners. So here we go, round number 2, non-electronics. Dave Trimble and Bobby Ehlers. Bobby Ehlers, tower side in the Turbo LS-powered Fairmont. Trimble in the Mustang. So Ehlers dialed 963, there he goes. 59 thou advantage to the left lane, win light to the left lane. So Trimble gets there first by over 1/10 of a second to be under by 2.5 Hun. So Bobby Ehlers will be back for round number 3. Now Jessica Armstrong and Jamie Wellwood. Wellwood used up a whole bunch of luck to get through round number 1. Jessica Armstrong, tower side, is hoping he's out of luck. So she's dialed 1329. Wellwood's dialed 809. So he's going to have to wait over 5 seconds watching that Dodge Dart drive away. And Jessica Armstrong gets the door open wide. Jessica Armstrong with a regrettable pass. Wound up going 1326 on the 1329 dial, taking the stripe by over a second and a half with Jamie Wellwood not really anywhere near her. Wound up 969 on the 809 dial. So pretty much how he advanced to round number 2 is how he's going to advance to round number 3. Luck can take you a long way in this sport. Don't ever forget that. Craig Johnson trying to chase down that pick-me-up truck. Well, he does not do that, but he does get the win light. Pickup truck. Oh, I see. I was looking at the finish line numbers, trying to figure out how that worked. Well, Rob Getz was read by 81 thou on the starting line, so Craig Johnson's win light was on the whole time. He essentially had a freebie. Went dead 5 on the 1053 dial. So Johnson will be back for round number 3. Randy Couric and Dave Jung. 1069 and 1059. And it's Randy Couric at the finish line. 1073 on the 1069 gets the job done. Couric was 006 on the starting line. Attention in the pits. Electronics. Electronics, this is your call to the staging lanes. Electronics, come on down to the staging lanes. Once again, we need electronics to the lanes, please. Hot twin. Steve Brownlee and Noisy Boy Romac. Steve Brownlee to the finish line first, 12:64 to the 12:70 of Romac. Now Neil Churchill and Garrett Price. We're moving to Super Gas. Neil Churchill, Garrett Price. Garrett Price in the right lane. Churchill in the left. Garrett on a Harley, Churchill on a Kawasaki. Super Gas, 970 the index. So Garrett Price making use of the brake lever up the top end, but not enough. Still under 958. Neil Churchill goes 971 with a 0. Just 1/100th above the 970 dial. If he can keep that up, he will go some rounds tomorrow. Q3 for Super Gas.
Last Super Gas bike coming into the water box on green signal.
Another 971. Chris Spence gets it done this time. Chris Spence out of Estevan, Saskatchewan. 971 with a 2. So Lee Gallant does not get numbers, did not hold the bike in the beams. So the computer did not recognize him, did not give him any data. Marie Leclerc went 1096. So Steve Brownlee with a little bit of excitement. Wheels way up in the air, well, front wheel anyway, number of times on the run. And Neil Churchill will be the final bike in this third round of qualifying for street class.
You try racing.
Hey, Ken Lowe, do we want to get door slammers moving?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a couple more cars, so we can, give me a chance. We got 2 more cars in.
Oh, that one marker though.
So we're going to make a final call for electronics. Electronics, if you're not in the staging lanes, well, why not? It's where you need to be. Electronics, final call.
This is the 80s for you. 80s and 90s, all markers come out like that. It's like memories of childhood with that smell. It's not a bad smell, you guys. Reminds me of
I'm
education.
waiting for electronics to get here.
Open it up. Open it up.
Is that one of the ones we found in the other office?
Yeah.
So it literally
You
was
any
just
called,
It smells exactly the way it would have when I was a kid. There's a blue one that's the same.
You want right?
yeah, that's one.
It's just coming out.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Canada West Door Slammers, Associated Tire, Canada West Door Slammers. This is your call to the lanes for Q2. Canada West Door Slammers, bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. Lanes 3 and 4 for Canada West Door Slammers overflow into lanes 5 and 6. So again, we have made the call for Canada West Door Slammers to lanes 3 and 4, overflow into lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Door Slammers, we need you in the lanes. Round number 2 of electronics. As I understand it, this was to be the round of 9, but we have a no-show, so it's actually so as I was saying, we were expecting 9, but we only got 8. However, it will remain random pairing for this round. So we're going to give a standby call to Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley. Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley, you are on standby. Standby call going out to Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley. Door slammers, you guys should be on your way to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow into 5 and 6. Brad Vingy and Jeremy Soares. Just 3,000 difference in reaction times. Dragster trying to run down the Camaro, gets it done. 751 on the 747 dial, good enough. Brad Vingy with the starting line advantage, but comes up 10:05 on the 999 dial. Stu Funk out in front, but here comes Greg Dowdy, and Greg Dowdy gets the job done. Quite handy. Dowdy was 014, then 785 was all he needed to do on the 779 to advance to round number 3. That's going to bring up Scott Robinson and G. Van Braar. So G-Van gets the win light, 1070 on the 1069, taking 10 thou at the stripe. Scott Robinson was 8 thou behind on the starting line, then comes up 2 above the 767 dial. Now Craig Johnson and Andy Hatton. Johnson in the wagon. Andy Hatton in the Camaro. Craig Johnson dialed 1053. Andy Hatton dialed over 2 seconds quicker at 838. Double O, both sides of the track. This is going to be a good drag race at the finish line. It is Craig Johnson to the stripe first by 25 thou. Comes up 2 above the 1053 dial. Johnson was 004. Hatton was 009. So Craig Johnson coming back for round number 3.
Weissman, M's, J, M's.
Is Garrett Price in it?
Yeah, 44.
So next up, we'll be qualifying round number 2 for the Associated Tire Canada West Door Slammers.
Now that's street done.
Safety, just giving the track a little rub, a little squirt, make it all that it can be. So we'll make a final call for Canada West Door Slammers. Canada West Door Slammers, this is your final call for Q2. Got to be in the lanes. We're going to go ahead now and make the call for Pro Mods. Pro Mods. Come on down to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. James Kennedy and Ray Russiani. James Kennedy in the white Pontiac. Kennedy with a 009 light. And 690, 198 miles an hour. Number 1 qualifier, Greg Field. That's 69 Opel, right-hand side of the racetrack. Went 6:53 in Q1. Jason Field, Tower Side. 71 Chevelle. Nitrous combo. So Jason Field goes 699 to improve by 5/100ths of a second. And to take the number 4 spot away from Cam Shantz. Well, Greg Field with trouble on the run was out of the gas early and coasting. So we're going to go ahead and make the call for Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley Davidson. Bring them down to lane number 1. One more time. Top Fuel Harley. Top Fuel Harley to lane number 1. And a standby call going out to X275 and Limited Street. X275 and Limited Street. This is your standby call. Standby call for X275 and Limited Street. So Terry Langdon Davies in Q1 was 001 on the tree. Terry Langdon Davies in Q2 is 001 on the tree. Man, not bad for an old guy. Mark Thompson and Derek Buick, or Darren Buick rather. Mark Thompson to the top first, 748 at 182 miles an hour in the Studebaker. Darren Buick with an 815, 164 mile an hour pass. Cam Shantz coming up right-hand lane. The 37 Chevy. So we did have a report of a small fire. Do believe that it has been contained and is back under control. That's good news. That was after or in the shutdown or beyond the shutdown. Return road, I guess, would be the better term. So as I understand it, the fire is out. Everything's under control. Just double, triple checking before we resume racing.
Safety and safety are all pulling back into position. We'll be ready in a couple of seconds.
I don't know why he do his burnout again.
Electrical fire rate TLD broken.
Oh, no, I'm not TLD. So these guys qualify on. Anna, you said they qualify on reaction time?
Top end is in position.
So sounds like we've got everybody back in place. We're ready to run cars once again. So Cam Shantz, I believe, is going to, well, yeah, it's not I believe, he's definitely going to do another burnout. Mike Bedsworth, I do believe, says, no, I'm fine. So it's going to be Mike Bedsworth, tower side, Cam Shantz, spectator side. Qualifiers number 5 and 6. Just 2/100ths of a second difference in their ETs based on Q1 times. A whole bunch of pedaling for Cam Shantz. Bedsworth pass looking pretty straightforward. 707, 191 miles an hour. Was red on the starting line, but by just 1,000th of a second. Or sorry, 9,000ths of a second. Howie Winklehorst and Paul Debris Jr. going to make up the next pair. Debris Jr., the 1966 Valiant. Debris Jr. double 06 to start off, then 843. How about matching 843s? Winklehorst and Debris Jr. both going 843, both doing 158 miles an hour. We go back to the 8th mile, it was 537 and 536. We look at the 1,000 foot, it was 702 versus 702. Now Dale Phillips and Otto Schulte. Phillips just slightly ahead. 748, 180 miles an hour. Otto Schulte, 761, 179. Now Chris Lloyd and Grant Howell. Chris Lloyd, somewhat of a newcomer to the class. Grant Howell, a veteran in the class, multi-time champion. Grant Howell out in front, 783, 172 miles an hour. And 845 at 157 for Chris Lloyd. Steve Lowe and Rod LeClaire. So Rod LeClaire did not make a representative run in Q1. He'll be looking to fix that here in Q2. Again, Rod LeClaire forced to get out of the gas early in the run, abandons it once again. And an 8:29 for Steve Lowe.
Top end is clear. Are we going to do anything in front of Pro Mods? Excellent. Should be able to run Pro Mods right behind the door slammers. Everything should be good.
Q4 yet? Zacharias. Powell was awesome on the starting line, 006. Zacharias to the top end first, 768, 177 miles an hour. Brad Powell with an 844 at 158. Dale Grasdale on a single. All by himself in the left lane. 085 up front, then 698. 194 miles an hour. His quickest run of the weekend. Craig Fredrickson. Fredrickson out of Duncan, BC, over on the island. So a little bit of a bobble on the starting line.
Putting Pro Mod in the box. First one out is going to be a single.
That's my cue. I gotta go.
That's going to do it for Q2 of Canada West Door Slammers action and take us into Pro Mods.
It's a right lane single Pro Mod car, top end.
Rick Barnhart going to open things up for us once again in his Ford-powered 71 Mach 1.
Eliminated street going 3 and 4.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. X275 and Limited Street. We need you to the lanes. X275, please report to lanes 5 and 6. Limited Street, come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, X275 and Limited Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take X275 to lanes 5 and 6, and we'll take Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4. And with that, we're going to give a standby call to No Time Index. No Time Index, this is your standby call. Please be ready to go. And again, X275 to lanes 5 and 6, Limited Street to lanes 3 and 4. Rick Barnhart. Staged up and ready to go. So car wanting to make a move towards the left. Barnhart wisely getting out of it before he was over on top of the center line. Still manages a 684, just 68 miles an hour. And we fire the next pair. The next pair looks like this. Steve Goddard and Dave Kowalski. Kowalski's in the right lane. The Burgundy Corvette. Steve Goddard in the Pontiac. 784 cubic inch nitrous assisted power plant between the frame rails of the Pontiac. Goddard purging down the nitrous system. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Goddard's in. Kowalski lights the fourth bulb. Here we go. Kowalski driving through a bunch of shake. 406, 176 miles an hour for Dave Kowalski. And it was up there on the board for a short time. Kowalski was perfect on the starting line. Trip zip, baby. So if nothing else, he's got a mug coming his way. Dave Kowalski, perfect on the starting line. Goddard was almost perfect. Well, maybe not almost perfect, but he was pretty stout with an 023 light, then 405 at 179.
Walk on top end clear. Thanks, Bob. I have a single coming to you in the left lane.
Print him off a slip before we get way behind her. Jake Skokolis. The other C7 Corvette in the field today. Dave Kowalski, our number 2 qualifier. Jake Skokolis, our number 3 qualifier. They 411. Skokless repeats what he ran in Q1, another 4:11, 183 miles an hour.
Top end is clear. Copy. Another left lane single. And this will be it for full miles before he goes top.
And here comes our final pro mod of this second round of qualifying. Steve Nicholson wins the biggest engine award this weekend, 959 cubic inches. Well, he didn't like something there. Did the burnout, shut it off, open the door. So it looks like that's going to do it for Pro Mod qualifying round number 2. Attention in the pits, Canada West Door Slammers. Want to mention first off that this weekend's event is brought to us by Artex Racing. Thank you very much, John DeYoung and Artex Racing, for all the support. And while I've got the Door Slammers' attention, or if I don't, hey, pay attention, Canada West Door Slammers. Little change in the program. You guys are done for the day. You're free to dig out the lawn chairs and light the barbecue and all that kind of fun stuff. You will get a qualifier tomorrow morning. So Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are done for the day. You will get a qualifier in the morning. And that's going to bring us to Top Fuel Harley. Going to start things off with a pair. Jim Schellenberg and Austin Christopher are going to line up here in Q2. So Ron Billett on a licensing run actually made the best pull in Q1. Austin Christopher on Ron Howney's Fast Lane Racing Harley. Jim Schellenberg in the right lane for Rip It Up Racing. Schellenberg with the jump on the starting line, and he's going to hang on. No! Christopher drives around him on the top end. I'm going to say, well, maybe he caught him before the 1,000 feet, maybe not. Somewhere right around there. So Jim Schellenberg goes 685, 181 miles an hour. Nice full pull over there in the right lane. And Austin Christopher with a 656 at 210 miles an hour in the left lane. So there's two solid runs for you side by side. Drastically different look than Q1. And that's going to leave us with a single. It's going to be Nate Gagnon, Big Kids Racing. No time index, no time index. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. No time index to lanes 1 and 2. One more time, attention in the pits. No time index, no time index. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. We'll throw it out there one more time. Canada West Door Slammers brought to us this weekend by Artex Racing. You guys will be getting a qualifier in the morning, but you're not getting Q3 today. So Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are done for the day. Nate Gagnon for Rad Torque Systems. Single coming up left side of the racetrack. Oh, Gagnon loses fire at about 330 feet, then kind of regained it, got back on a little bit. Ultimately, did go 180 miles an hour. But not the ET he was looking for, no doubt. 758. Looks like the next cars down the track are going to be X275 cars. So again, while it's quiet, just want to make sure everybody knows what's going on. Artex Racing, Canada West Door Slammers, you guys are done for the day. You can crack a cold one, light the barbecue, whatever you'd like to do. You will get a qualifier in the morning before round 1. So it looks like safety's going to go out there and do a little maintenance on the surface. Give it a little spray, put some fresh glue down. Wally's out there on the tractor, giving things a little rub. X275 coming at us. Qualifying round number 2. Hey, we got a racer in need up here in the tower. Rod Leclerc's looking for some tires. Ideally, what he's looking for is a set of Hoosier slicks. Part number 18700. They are a C06 compound, 33.5, 17 on a 16-inch rim. So once again, we're looking for some Hoosier slicks there, people. If anybody's got a spare set of slicks, Rod Leclerc would be your best friend. 33.5 tall, 17 wide. They got to fit on a 16-inch rim, specifically a C06 compound. Part number for said slicks is 18700. So if you know who Rod Leclerc is, just go see him. If not, just come up to the tower, see us. We'll get you hooked up. So again, we're looking for a brand new set of Hoosier slicks, 33.5, 17 by 16. Come on up here to the tower or go see Rod Leclerc. He's got the checkbook ready. And a little reminder to everybody, tomorrow morning, have the opportunity to start your morning off right. 7:30 a.m. There will be a chapel service. Top floor of the timing tower, hosted by Martin Schultz of Racers for Christ. So here we go. Two quickest cars in the field. Justin Gallant and Chris Gould going to face off here. First pair of Q2. So Justin Gallant, the hometown boy, in the right-hand lane out of Chilliwack, BC. Currently our number one qualifier. Went 4:24 on his first pass today. And Chris Gould, the track record holder here at Mission, went 4:15 to the 8th mile yesterday. Currently on the sheet with a 4:41 in the number 4 spot. He will no doubt be looking to make a big move here in round number 2. So it's Chris Gould in the left lane, Justin Gallant in the right lane. Pre-stage bulbs are lit both sides. Time to build up some boost. Here we go. Oh yeah, Gallant is in the teens. Oh yeah, baby. 419, 173 miles an hour. They have been knocking on the door of the 14 range for quite some time, and they just got it done. Chris Gould moves up to the number 2 spot with that 424 at $1.75. And just for good measure, he was 005 on the starting line, so it would have been tough to beat. But Justin Gallant with a new personal best, 419 with a 6, 173 miles an hour out of that little 8.2 deck small block Ford. Very, very cool. Now Dan Rodrigue and Tyler Stamler. Stamler in the pick-me-up truck, the little S10 out of Rocky View, Alberta. Dan Rodrigue, the local guy, also from Chilliwack. Nitrous combination, big block Chevrolet. Stamler lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. Stamler drives around Rodrigue at the top end. 430 at 169 miles an hour. Rodrigue with a solid looking run. Left lane goes 450 at $1.57. So Tyler Stamler moves up to the number 3 spot. Rodrigue does not improve. He'll stand pat on his earlier 447. Now Bree King be making a single pass left side of the racetrack.
Yeah, because it will have changed. It's giving your number 1 a buy.
That's right.
Yep.
It should be right.
Rush this, and you're gonna take that.
Thank you, sorry.
No, it's all good.
If anybody comes up here for the safety or other than me, you can find me.
Bree King, 2000 LS powered Mustang. Currently sits number 6 with a 451. Front end starts to come up. Bree says, no, I don't want any part of that. Pedals at once to put it back down. The result, a 469 at 155. Here comes a pair of cars. It's going to be Eric McCarthy and Mandy Brooks. Eric McCarthy currently sits number 4 on the sheet with a 434. Mandy Brooks, our number 7 qualifier, with a 456. So a couple of tenths separate these two on paper right now. Small block Ford versus big block Chevrolet. I do believe it's turbo versus nitrous. McCarthy with the car pre-staged. Oh, Mandy Brooks rolls right in there, lights both lights. McCarthy builds some boost, lights the fourth bulb. McCarthy goes 429 to improve on his earlier 430. Mandy Brooks does not improve. Well, actually, she does. I think she was already on with a 453. Now 453 with a 6. 157 miles an hour. McCarthy moves up 1 spot. So Eric McCarthy now sits number 3. And here comes Parm Jawanda and Trevor Mulder. Trevor Mulder from Carstairs, Alberta. Parm Jawanda from just across the river in Surrey, BC. So going to mention it again. If anybody's got some Hoosier slicks they're willing to part with, specifically a pair of 33.5/17-16 CO6 Hoosiers, come see us in the tower or go see Rod LeClaire. Tawanda getting loose and getting out of it in the right lane. Trevor Mulder goes 443, 164 miles an hour. That's his best pass of the weekend. Going to put him in the number 5 position. Again, Jawanda losing traction, getting sideways, and abandoning the run. Healthy field of X275 cars here this weekend. 14 of them on the sheet so far. Now Bob Cook and Jordan Brandon. Jordan Brandon in the right lane. A 2000 Camaro. Six-liter LS combination. Turbocharged. Bob Cook in the white Ford pickup truck. Pro-charged LS combo under the hood, 427 cubic inches. So Bob Cook currently sitting number 10, Jordan Brandon currently sitting number 12. Brandon's not going to improve. Bob Cook was already on the sheet with a 468.0. This time he goes 468.9, so plenty consistent, but no improvement. Here comes two more. John Cuglietta coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. And Jeff Whitworth. Whitworth, Tower Lane. New car for Jeff Whitworth. Cuglietta with a throwaway pass in Q1. will be looking to make a representative pass here in Q2. Nice looking runs. How about 451 versus 463? Both cars doing over $1.60 at the finish line. Jeff Wentworth, 451 with a 7, 166.79 miles an hour.
This is my last X275 car.
So Whitworth moves up to the number 8 spot with that pass. Cuglietta improves as well, but not by as much. He now sits number 11. And here comes Cade Shirk in the new Mustang. 6-liter LS combo.
George, I have Superbike lane 6, please. Superbike lane 6. V-Pro in lane 5. And Pro Extreme in lane 4. Okay, just clear.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Listen up in the pits. Superbike, V-Pro, and Pro Extreme. Superbike, V-Pro, and Pro Extreme. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Superbike in lane 6. Cade Shirk with a full pull. How about 467, 155 miles an hour. Nice looking pass there. Congratulations. So as I was saying, Superbike, lane number 6, V-Pro, lane number 5, Pro Extreme, lane number 4. Again, we're making the call now for Superbike, V-Pro, and Pro Extreme to the lanes. We need Superbike to lane 6, V-Pro to lane 5, and Pro Extreme to lane number 4. So that's going to put a wrap on Q2 for X275. Here we go with Limited Street, second round of qualifying. Vanessa Richards and Max Nielsen. So Max Nielsen in the right lane, our number 1 qualifier. He went 5 seconds exactly. Brad Thomas is number 2 with a 5:01. Matt Robert, number 3 with a 5:06. And Vanessa Richards, number 4 with a 5:10. Then Tej Sangha with a 5:28. And Matt Black with a 5:60. So Vanessa's going to move up the ladder a little bit. That 5:08. No, she's not, actually. She needed to go 5:06 or better to catch Matt Robert. So she's going to remain number 4 for right now, anyways. And Max Nielsen, you can see, pulled over beside the wall there. Early reports are possibly a broken rear diff. So either way, we're going to be down here for at least a short little bit.
This push cart is
So Max Nielsen's crew out there to save him. They've got the push cart hooked up, and good news is it's rolling. What is often the case with a rear diff failure is the car doesn't want to roll, which makes it just that much more difficult to get off the track. I realize I'm stating the painfully obvious, but so Max Nielsen and crew should be making the turn off at the opening, just beyond the quarter-mile finish line. Good news, no fluids of any kind on the track surface. That's always great news. Tej Sanga and Brad Thomas will make up the next pair. So Brad Thomas in the right lane out of Squamish. Sanga out of Surrey. Brad Thomas currently sitting number 2 with a 5:01. How about that? We are into the 4-second zone. Brad Thomas goes to the top of the sheet with a 4:94 at 143 miles an hour. Well done. That's going to set up our final pairing. Matt Black and Matt Robert. Matt versus Matt. So Robert in the right lane. A 2000 Chevy S10. So Robert in the S10, Matt Black out of Kelowna, over here tower side. In the LS powered Jeep Wagoneer. So Matt Black currently on the bottom of the sheet, the number 6 spot, with a best so far of 560. So Matt Black, wanting to carry the front wheels towards the wall, manages to salvage the run somewhat, but forced to pedal it a couple times. So that's going to do it for Q2 in Limited Street. Trevor Kinsey. Making a license/test pass. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Fuel, Pro Fuel. This is your call to staging lanes. We need Pro Fuel to lane number 3. One more time. Pro Fuel, Pro Fuel. This is your call to the lanes. Pro Fuel to lane number 3. And we'll give a standby call to Top Comp. Top Comp, please be ready to go. This is your standby call. Pro Fuel, come on down to lane 3. Here comes No Time Index. Second round of qualifying. Bobby Ehlers. In the Turbo Fairmont, and Ryan in the Nova. Now Tyler Smith and Mike Stewart. Tyler Smith chucks it in there deep. Mike Stewart does not. So again, no time index. You're not seeing any times on the reader board. Hence the name. Get it? Rob Guess in the right lane, formerly known as Rob Getz. Attention to the pits. Top Comp, Top Comp. We need Top Comp to the lanes. Top Comp, please report to the rear of staging. So here we go. Final round of qualifying for Superbike. So just 4 thou difference in reaction times for what it's worth. At the finish line, JM's getting there ahead of Neil Churchill, 9:59 to 9:75. And here comes 2 more. Phil Regular. It's kind of an irregular last name, wouldn't you say? And Scott Richardson. Richardson out of Markerville, Alberta. Aboard the Suzuki, he is way out there. 9:24 at 144 miles an hour. Phil Regular with an 11:71 at 119. Now Logan Boys and Mark Hall. Boys out of Carndoff, Saskatchewan. And Mark Hall out of Hanna, Alberta. The boys there well ahead with a 10:07, 128 mile an hour pass. And now Cody Minor and Daryl Storzik. Cody Minor out of Red Cliff, Alberta. Interestingly enough, both riders aboard 1986 Suzukis. Storzik in the right lane from Surrey, BC. Daryl Storzik with a 9:52 to get there ahead of Cody Minor's 9:26. Chad Griffith, Burt Green there well ahead, 8:82. Chad Griffith with a 12:53. So I've yet to mention Larry Pfister on the property this weekend. Larry spending the weekend with us. part of his 50-year anniversary tour. We're proud to be a part of it. Now, if you've got any swag coming to you, help Larry out. Go see him. That's the simplest way to get it handled. So V-Pro, first pair got the burnouts done at the starting line. Hey, listen up in the pits, non-electronics. Non-electronics, this is your call to the rear of the staging lanes. Non-electronics. We need you to the rear of staging, and with that, we're going to give a standby call to electronics. So non-electronics to the lanes. Electronics, please be ready to go. You're on standby. Garrett Price goes $8.98. Tim Mack, $9.62. So we'll make a call now for license and test. License and test, come on down to lane number 3. License and test to lane number 3. So I guess that's it for V-Pro. We'll now roll into Pro Extreme. Gary Christopher and Matt McKay Smith. So here we go. Gary Christopher and Matt McKay Smith. A couple of veteran riders. Lining up here in Q3. Matt McKay Smith, 009. The top end, it's Gary Christopher there first with a 6:49 at 204 miles an hour. Matt McKay Smith was doing 2:08 and put a 6:64 up on the reader board. Now Rob Aston and Corey Craig. So Aston, left lane out of Calgary, Alberta. Corey Craig, local guy from just down the freeway a little bit, Chilliwack. Corey Craig, 717, 204 miles an hour. Rob Aston appeared to just blow the back tire off on the starting line. And that's going to do it for Pro Extreme and take us into Pro Fuel. Let's burn a little fuel. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley. This is your standby call. Standby call going out to Top Fuel Harley and Pro Mods. Please be ready to go, Pro Mods and Top Fuel Harley. Quinn Olson goes 754, 160 miles an hour. That was left lane. Right lane was Evan Barsness going 796 at 156. Got two more coming at you. Just waiting for the signal to fire. Wayne Lyons and Craig Pellrine. Pellrine in the right lane. Burnouts are done. Well, Pelrine with the quicker run, 8:07. Wayne Lyons goes 8:32. And I do believe that'll do it and take us into top comp. So Greg Dowdy with the bye. He was ready to go. 007 to start things off, then 2 above the 493 dial at the finish line. So Greg Dowdy in the Rad Torque Systems dragster coming back. Scott Robinson and Colton Morin. Robinson dialed 490 in the Beretta, tower side. And Colton Morin dialed 495 in the dragster. So the door car gives up the starting line handicap to the dragster in this case. Just 1 thou difference on the starting line. Finish line says Scotty Robinson moving on. He's 1 above, 491 on the 490. Colton Morin 4 above, 499 on the 495. And it was Colton who had the 1 thou advantage on the starting line. Now Jeremy Soares and Brian Ritchie. Brian Ritchie in the black Chevelle dialed 507. Jeremy Soares is your winner. 1 above, 475 with a 4 on the 474 dial. 8 thou up front. 22 thou total package. So here we go with Paul Soares and Aaron Young. Aaron Young in the dragster. Paul Soares in the 555 Chevy. So one of these drivers with a significant starting line advantage, and that was your winner. Paul soars with all kinds of room up top as he picked up 0.3 of a second on the starting line. Aaron Young missing the tree. So that'll do it for another round of Top Comp. Take us into non-electronics. So Randy Kurek wins the battle of the red lights. Bobby Ehlers was 9 thou red. Randy Kurek was 5 thou red. So Randy Kurek's your winner. Then's one above the 1069 dial at the finish line. So Randy going to the final round. Where he will face one of these two guys, Craig Johnson or Jamie Wellwood. So Jamie Wellwood has used up an incredible amount of good luck to get this far. He's got a tough customer in Craig Johnson. Johnson dials 1052 in the wagon. Wellwood's dialed 809 in the bantam. Attention the pits, Pro Mods, this is your call. Pro Mods, we need Pro Mods to lanes 5 and 6. Pro Mods to 5 and 6, please. Well, Wellwood certainly did his job on the starting line. He was 001, but getting down the track, he had some issues. Craig Johnson with lots of room up top. Johnson was solid on the starting line with an 019 reaction time. And then 1072 on the 1052. So Johnson's going to have to get it cooled down in a hurry and come on back here because he's in electronics as well. We'll go ahead and make the call now for electronics to the lanes. Electronics, we need electronics back to the staging lanes, please. Electronics, come on down. So test pass coming up for Dane LeKelt in Big Sexy. How about 617, 226 miles an hour? Good looking pass right there. So we have made the call for electronics. Electronics, we need you in the lanes. Electronics, you got to be here. So another test pass coming at you. Chris Stone in his new car. So Chris Stone, 877 off the gas at 143. And here comes Jason Grunland. Hey, electronics, this is your third call. Electronics, you got to be here. Electronics, we need you in the lanes right now. Once again, we are looking for electronics in the staging lanes. If you're not there, it's where you need to be. $871, 151 for Andy Antle. Attention in the pits. Top comp, this is your standby call. Top comp, this is your standby call. Standby call for top comp. Now we realize that two of you are currently in the lanes about to run electronics. Such is your reality when you run two classes. Got to be able to turn things around quick. So top comp, standby call going out to top comp. So Greg Dowdy and Jeremy Soares specifically are still in both classes. So safety out there just doing a track check. Got a report of some possible debris out there. So we're going to have a quick look-see. Just make sure everything is nice and clear and safe before we continue. So the track is clear. We're going to refire the next pair. Let them roll into the water box. It's going to be Greg Dowdy in the right lane and G. Van Braar over here tower side. Hey, listen up, door slammers. Door slammers, your dinner is being served right now as we speak. Where, you might ask? Well, third floor of the timing tower. So hopefully there's no confusion out there and you're thinking it's going to be at the Max Fox. No. Door slammers, your dinner is being served third floor of the timing tower as we speak. So Braar out front in the Camaro. Can he hang on? Here comes Greg Dowdy. It's G. Van Braar who's moving on. 017 up front, one above with a 0 at the finish line. Getting the stripe first by 36 thou. That's going to set up Jeremy Soares and Craig Johnson. So G. Van Braar going to his second final in 3 weekends. Well, and that's like second final lifetime. So Craig Johnson dialed 1054 in the black Malibu wagon. Jeremy Soares dialed 747 in the blue dragster. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both sides. Jeremy lights the third bulb. Craig building up some RPM, bumps it in to light the fourth bulb. Here we go. Just 3 thou difference in reaction times. Jeremy Soares goes 2 above the 747 dial to get to the stripe first by 30 thou. Craig Johnson goes 1058 on the 1054 down to 117 miles an hour. Hard to say what happened. Whether Craig could have hung on, quite possibly that might have been the case. Jeremy Soares did, however, have the starting line advantage, but it was only by 3 thou, 029 to 032. So it's going to be G. Van Braar and Jeremy Soares in the final round. So Jeremy Soares still active in both top comp. And now he's got a final round to look forward to in electronics. So Jeremy, you are on standby for top comp. We are a round behind in that class, so we've got to make it up in inside the next few classes. So I do believe we're going to see the final qualifier for Pro Mod coming up next.
39 numbers, not liking to say.
X275 limited street and no time index. This is your standby call. We don't need you quite yet, but please be ready to go. X275 limited street and no time index. This is your standby call. So here's what we've got left on the run order for this evening. Got the final qualifier for Pro Mod and Top Fuel Harley, along with X275 limited street and no time index. Then we're going to finish off eliminations in Top Comp, non-electronics, and electronics.
Yes, please. Good thing they'll have time to look over it first.
I gotta post and stuff, so if you want to get on me right now.
So I'll throw it out there once again. This may have already been taken care of. I don't know. But Rod Leclerc was looking for a new set of slicks. Some Hoosiers, 33.517-16s.
These are their final qualifiers. Would you like all of their runs?
And again, Canada West Door Slammers, your dinner is being served top floor of the timing tower as we speak.
Not there, I grabbed something to eat. Can someone wave them up, Daniel? The Mustang is a single. First one out is a single.
Yeah, good.
Thank you guys very much.
No, yeah, of course. And like I said, if anything seems wrong on these, this is the kind of confusing one. So
Yeah.
like these guys understand
Yeah,
why
thank
they're swapped. This should be good.
Hey, listen up in the pits. Fast lane racing. Austin, Christopher, we need you in the lanes. So here we go. Final qualifier for Pro Mods. Rick Barnhart out of High River, Alberta. The Mach 1 Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Top comp, top comp. We need top comp in the lanes, please. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes one more time. Top comp. Come on down to the lanes. And just to be really clear, we don't mean 10 or 15 minutes from now. We mean now. Top comp. This is your call to the lanes. So Rick Barnhart, you're making a single left side of the racetrack. Our number 4 qualifier so far this weekend was a 412 at just 161 miles an hour. Car's been wanting to work to the left. And it does exactly that again. Barnhart forced to get out of the gas somewhere around 200, 250 feet or so. Here we go. The 2 C7 Corvettes going to line up once again. Jake Skokulis likes those high-speed burnouts. Skokulis in the right lane, Kowalski in the left. Kowalski's got some hardware up here waiting for him, I do believe. Because he was perfect on the tree. Oh, well, never mind that. He's got an IOU waiting for him up here. Apparently racers have been just so deadly good that we've run out of perfect light mugs. Skokulis has the pre-stage bulb lit. Kowalski rolling forward. Pre-stage bulbs lit both sides. There's the third, there's the fourth. Here we go. So Kowalski moving around a little more than he wanted to be. Decided to give up on the run well before the finish line. Skokolis with a full pull by the looks of it. 4:04, 184 miles an hour. Went 105 to the 60 foot, so did improve there a little bit. So Skokolis goes all the way to the top of the sheet with that run. I knew he improved. I didn't think it was that drastic. So 4:04 with a 9 is 1/10,000th of a second better than 4.05 with a 0. So Goddard gets knocked out of the number 1 spot and moved back to number 2 for the time being. Steve Nicholson and Steve Goddard going to make up the next pair of Steves. Nicholson, currently our number 5 qualifier with a 4:14. Goddard sitting number 2, was number 1, but as of just a moment ago got knocked down to number 2. I'm going to say it's still wide open. I would have expected somebody to put a 3 up on the leaderboard by now. Steve Nicholson with issues once again. So Steve Nicholson goes silent while backing up from the burnout, so they get him out of the car. Over the wall. It's now a single for Steve Goddard. So Goddard with a best of 4:05 so far this weekend. We'll be looking to improve on that. Final round of qualifying. And Goddard does improve, takes the number 1 spot back. Goes 4:02 with a 5. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. X275. X275. This is your call to the lanes. X275 and X275 only. This is your call to the staging lanes. So limited street and no time index. Just hold off a little bit. You will remain on standby. But we are looking for X275 to the staging lanes. We're also looking for top comp. Top comp. We need you guys. So back to Pro Mod qualifying. Jay Severston making a single right-hand side of the racetrack. His new turbo Corvette. So gets out of it at about 150 feet or so. Wasn't liking what he was feeling, I guess. So I should mention, I failed to mention at the time, but in the last round of X275, we saw Chris Gould and Justin Gallant line up in qualifying. That was also the final round from Seattle a few weekends ago. So congrats going out to Justin Gallant. Another win. Well done. While running his personal best. First time in the teens.
Here comes a couple of bikes for you.
So here we go. A couple of Top Fuel Harleys. Looks like Nate Gagnon and Austin Christopher. So Austin Christopher in the right lane, Nate Gagnon in the left. Big Kids Racing versus Fast Lane Racing. Austin Christopher rolls right on up there, lights the pre-stage bulb, says, hey man, I'm ready to go. 3 bulbs lit now. 4. So Christopher on and off the gas. Under power at the finish line, 699 at 205. Nate Gagnon forced to give up on the run. Was looking pretty cool early for both bikes. Nice big flames shooting out. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Limited street and no time index. Limited street and no time index. We need you back to the lanes. Limited street and no time index. This is your call to the staging lanes.
All right, I'm sending you a single in the left lane now. Oh, water over there? Yeah, sure.
One more Top Fuel Harley. It's going to be Jim Schellenberg. Rip It Up Racing coming at you in the left lane. Jim Schellenberg, full pull. How about 669, 204 miles an hour? That's the number they were looking for. Jim Schellenberg with a nice run here to finish off the night. 669, 204 miles an hour. It was 114 of the 60 foot at the 8th mile. 437 at 173 miles an hour, and through the top end one more time, 669, 204. Top Comp semi-final round, here we go. Jeremy Soares and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson in the black and red Rad Torque System sponsored Chevrolet Beretta. He's dialed 491. Jeremy Soares in the dragster, dialed 474. So Soares already has a final round coming up in electronics. He's going to try and make it 2 final rounds coming up, which will be the case if he can get by Scott Robinson. And it is Jeremy Soares. How about 008, then 1 above with a 0. 18 foul total. Scott Robinson was 029 on the tree and in big trouble. Just for good measure, he did go dead 6 on the 491 dial. But it's going to be Jeremy Soares coming back to face either Greg Doughty or his dad, Paul. That'd be pretty cool to see an all Soares final round in Top Comp. But Greg Doughty in the right lane for Rad Torque Systems, dialed in at 494. Door car giving up the handicap to the dragster. Paul Soares, tower side. In the blue and black 55 Chevy, dialed in at 477. Oh boy. I got to tell you, these Soares boys wanted it bad tonight. Paul Soares, 003, then 2 above the 477 dial at the finish line. Greg Doughty, dead on with a 9, but he was 038 up front and just couldn't fix that. So it's going to be Paul Soares and Jeremy Soares, father and son, in the Top Comp final round coming up shortly. And as already mentioned, Jeremy Soares has got 2 final rounds coming up. So next up will be final round of qualifying for X275. Also on deck, final round of qualifying for Limited Street and No Time Index. And then final rounds of competition for non-electronics, electronics, and Top Comp. Hey, so we've had some items turned into the tower. There is a pair of gloves and a head sock. Not sure if that's what you call it, but that's what I'll call it. So they were found on the side of the return road. Somebody put them up on the wall there and forgot them there. So if you notice you don't have your gloves, they're probably here in the tower. Just come see us. So we're just giving the track surface a little bit of love before we roll into the final rounds of qualifying for X275, No Time Index, and Limited Street. And we've also got our 3 final rounds to run to close out the night. So they're going to park the tractor. So again, we've had a pair of gloves turned into the timing tower, along with a head sock. They were found on the return road, sitting on top of the wall. So some racer placed them there and forgot. So the gloves are G-Force The head sock is RJS. So talking about these the gloves and head sock that was turned into the tower, there's some speculation about whether they possibly belong to Terry Langdon Davies. So Terry Langdon Davies, if you're listening, are your gloves G-Force and your head sock RGS?
Hey, attention out there in the stands. Our general manager would like to thank all you for sticking around. It's cold, it's dark, and you're out here watching drag racing. So thank you very much for that.
All right. The track is prepped. We are ready to roll in to the final round of qualifying for X275. Here comes Jordan Brandon and Bob Cook. So Jordan Brandon in the left lane, Bob Cook in the right. Jordan Brandon looking to get off the bottom of the sheet, and he does exactly that. Jordan Brandon goes 4:23 at 174 miles an hour. So Jordan Brandon goes from the number 14 spot on the ladder all the way to number 2. 4:23 with a 3, 174 miles an hour. Nice looking pass there for Jordan Brandon and team. Unfortunately for Bob Cook, things did not go so well. He is pulled over by the wall. So we're going to have to, at the very least, take a moment to get Bob Cook off the racetrack before we can continue on. And by the looks of it, he's going to leave the track under his own power. So that's good to see. Attention in the pits, electronic finalists. Electronic finalists, we need you to the staging lanes. Electronic finalists to the lanes, please. So Jeremy Soares and G. Van Braar. This is your call to the staging lanes. Electronics finalists to the lanes, please. Next pair of X275 cars got the burnouts done. John Cuglietta in the left lane. And Cade Shirk in the right lane. A couple of LS-powered 2004 Mustangs. Cuglietta with a best so far this weekend of 463. Currently sits number 12. Cade Shirk with a best of 467. Currently sits number 13. So both drivers do improve. Cade Shirk by a few hundredths. He goes 464. So he's going to remain in the number 13 spot. John Cuglietta moves all the way up to number 6 with that 437 pass at 166 miles an hour. Both cars get off the track. Get the all clear from the top end to fire up the next pair. Trevor Mulder and Parm Jawanda make up the next pairing. Parm in the right lane at a Surrey, BC in a 1991 Mustang. Mulder from Carstairs, Alberta in a 1990 Mustang. Mulder currently sitting number 7. Parm Jawanda currently sitting number 12. Parm trying to improve on a 457. Trevor Mulder has run a best of 443 so far. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both sides. We'll build up a little boost. Put them in the beams. So both cars have troubled runs. Neither driver is going to improve. Next pair rolling around the corner. So we have made the call for our electronics finalist. Electronics finalists, you guys should be in the lanes. Tyler Stamler and Mandy Brooks. Mandy Brooks in the right lane for Bucky's Excavating. 1981 Malibu. Nitrous Big Block over there in the right lane. And Turbo something or other over here in the left lane. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably an LS combo, but that would in fact be just a guess. Stamler with a nice pull here in the final round of qualifying. How about 429, 170 miles an hour? So that is good for the number 5 spot. So Stamler rolls into the top 5. Mandy Brooks with a throwaway run here in the final round of qualifying. So she will stand pat on her earlier effort, which put her in the number 11 spot on the ladder. That's going to bring up Eric McCarthy and Jeff Whitworth. So we still have this pair of gloves and head sock up here in the tower. There was speculation that possibly they belong to TLD, but no one's confirmed that yet. So Eric McCarthy, tower lane. Jeff Whitworth, spectator lane. Whitworth forced to pedal it a couple times. Does not improve. Not sure what happened to Eric McCarthy. He's backing out. Another pair with the burnouts done, getting backed up to the starting line. Bree King and Chris Gould. Chris Gould, MRP X275 track record holder. So Bree King in the left lane. Chris Gould in the right. Mustang versus Camaro. Springbrook, Alberta versus Spruce Grove. Both drivers pedal. So neither driver improving.
We're going into limited street next.
So it looks like our final 275 car. Dan Rodrigue going to make a single. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Lordco Lane. Goes 463, 158. Sounded like there was a little pedal there shortly after he left the starting line. That's going to bring up Limited Street. So qualifying is complete next 275. The top of the sheet, it is Justin Gallant with a 419. Right behind him, Jordan Brandon with a 423. Then Chris Gould with a 424. And then Eric McCarthy and Tyler Stamler rounding out the top five, both of them going 429. Matt versus Matt. Non-electronic finalists. Non-electronic finalists. We need you to the lanes. Non-electronic finalists. Come on down. So Matt Black in the right lane, Matt Robert in the left. Chevy S10 and a Jeep Wagoneer. Matt Robert goes 5:07 to get to the finish line first. Matt Black with a 5:75. Matt Robert does not improve. Neither does Matt Black. Now Tej Sanga will be making a single up the right-hand side of the racetrack. Sanga with a 6:42 to finish out his qualifying efforts. Obviously not an improvement over his earlier 5:28, so he'll remain number 5. Now Brad Thomas and Vanessa Richards. Vanessa Richards, right-hand lane. Brad Thomas, number 1 qualifier, only guy in the 4s. So Brad Thomas has got the pre-stage bulb lit, waiting on Vanessa. Now we got both pre-stage bulbs lit. So Vanessa loses traction almost instantly, as does Brad Thomas. Now we've got a quick test hit coming at us. So we have made the call for non-electronics finalists. Non-electronics finalists. We need you guys in the staging lanes. Trevor Kinsey finds no traction. And here comes our electronics final round. It's going to be Jeremy Soares and it's going to be G. Van Brar. G. Van Brar went to his first ever final round a couple of weekends ago. And here he is appearing in his second ever final round. So G-Van, the 78 Z28 Camaro. G. Van Brar dialed 1069. Brar turns it red. They both turned it red. Brar by 2 thou. Jeremy Soares by 1 thou. So there's one win for Jeremy Soares. He's got a shot at doubling up here, as he's got to come back round for the top comp final round. And we're now into No Time Index. So as much as I'd love to tell you what's going on, I'm not allowed. I got to keep it a secret. Mike Stewart and Rob Monroe. So Mike Stewart making his first foray into No Time Index world.
Hopefully 9. I believe so, but they will.
Now Rob Guess and Bobby Ehlers. It's actually Rob Getz, but he's gained himself a little bit of a reputation.
Guess the tree.
Sophia Getz and Ryan. Just Ryan. Don't have a last name for you at this point. So we'll make the call now for Top Comp. Top Comp. We need you to the staging lanes. Top Comp. Electronics, we've already made that call. They've actually already run. So Top Comp, this is the final call to the lanes for this evening. Top Comp, come on back. And here we go. So non-electronics final round, here we go. Craig Johnson and Randy Couric. Randy Couric in the Assassin, dial 1069. Craig's actually going to do the chasing here, dial 1058 behind the wheel of his Malibu. Here's what I'm going to suggest is going to happen. Craig's going to get really close to him almost immediately because Craig's 60 foot's much harder. But it'll be Randy Couric at the finish line with the mile-per-hour advantage, I think. We'll see. This is on, let me tell you. Craig Johnson, with lots of room up top, takes 29 at the stripe to be almost a tenth above the dial. Randy Couric had the starting line advantage, 015 to 049, but then could not produce the 1069 that he had on the window. So it's Craig Johnson with the win in non-electronics. So we're down to just one pair to finish off the evening. Our top comp final round. So down to just one pair of cars to finish off the evening. A father-son final round coming at us. Paul and Jeremy Soares. Will it be old age and treachery? Or youth and enthusiasm? Well, I see we've got half of our final round in the staging lanes. Paul Soares has arrived, just waiting on Jeremy. Realized that he just ran a very short time ago.
Oh my gosh, a fork! I had to save it.
Hide it.
Wash it.
Hide it under the
wash it.
pens, the box, the bag of pens or whatever it is.
You don't want to watch me eat my tater tots with a knife? Oh my gosh.
I'm convinced the motorcycles don't know what
Did he?
Yeah, there's like,
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
no, that is okay, but
I don't.
Boy, for a bunch of 2 and 4 bike classes, they sure managed to create a lot of confusion.
Oh, tell me, John, it's been every.
So it looks like we've got father and son in the staging lanes. They're back there trying to slash each other's tires. Paul and Jeremy Soares. Very, very cool. Father and son final round. So I do believe they are just about ready to roll around the corner. Dad in the door car, son in the dragster. I think they're going to be separated dial-wise by just 2/100ths of a second. We'll confirm once they roll around the corner, but I think it's going to be Paul dialed in at 478 and Jeremy dialed in at 476. And we have fire.
This is the second time in a row, or second time this has happened, right? That they've both been in the final?
I don't know. Like against each other?
Yeah. I feel like they had a little bit of a race. Maybe it was like a sunset showdown or something, but.
So up here in the tower, Anna kind of thinks that this has already happened once, where Paul and Jeremy have met. I said thinks. We're not going to hold you to it. But I've got much more faith in her memory than I do mine. Mine's pretty old and worn out. So this is for a Wally, and not just any Wally. It's one of these cool black Wallies. Speed for all. So Paul Soares, the nice enough dad to lend the kid a motor. You'd think if the kid was grateful in any way, shape, or form. You know, I'm just saying. Four bulbs lit, here we go. 2 green lights. Dad's taking the Wally. How about that? 477 on the 478. Wins a double breakout by 0.08 of a second. Paul Soares had the starting line advantage, 013 to 032. He goes 1 under. Jeremy's also 1 under, but a little more 1 under. So congratulations going out to Paul Soares. Got himself one of those cool black Speed for All Wallies tonight. So Jeremy also going home with a winner's trophy. As is Craig Johnson. So congratulations to our 3 winners tonight. And here's the good news. We're going to come back tomorrow and do this all over again. Regarding bracket classes. And of course, eliminations will start for all of our other classes tomorrow. So thanks once again for coming out to Mission Raceway Park to the season-ending West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Big shout out to all the staff here today. This was a long day. Did a great job. Even you, Ken Lowe. Or I mean, especially you, Ken Lowe. All to our fans online hanging out, thank you very much. I don't believe there's anybody left in the stands. But even though you've left already, thanks for coming out to Mission Raceway Park today. Hope to see you again real soon. Tomorrow, the final day of the season here at Mission Raceway Park. Looking forward to it. We'll see you then. Have a good night, everybody.
Hey, just in case anyone's wondering, we're going to run winner circle photos tomorrow night. So if you've won today and you're wanting your own photo, go ahead, but we will do official photos tomorrow.